What if I told you that some of the most advanced cities in human history weren't built in the last century, or even the last millennium, but thousands of years ago? Picture this: bustling streets laid out in perfect grids, running water in homes, towering structures that scraped the sky of the ancient world, and communities so thoughtfully designed that they put many modern neighborhoods to shame. We often imagine antiquity through a haze of myth and dust, but the truth is far more extraordinary. Long before steel and glass defined our skylines, humanity was already mastering the art of urban living in ways that still leave architects and historians in awe. Today, we're setting off on an epic journey to explore 37 ancient cities that didn't just house people, they revolutionized how we lived together. From the Indus Valley to the Andes, from the heart of Mesopotamia to the shores of the Mediterranean, these places were hubs of innovation, culture, and breathtaking ingenuity. Think about Mohenjo-Daro with its sophisticated drainage systems that wouldn't look out of place in a 21st century eco-city, or Petra, where engineers carved an entire metropolis from rose-red cliffs and mastered water conservation in the middle of the desert. These were the Silicon Valleys of their age, centers of invention where problems of density, health, community, and sustainability were tackled with brilliance and vision. By the time we're done, you won't look at ancient ruins the same way again. You'll see them for what they truly are: living textbooks of human creativity, resilience, and collaboration. Each city we explore holds lessons about design, about society, about what it means to build a place that lasts. So come with me as we step into the past to uncover the secrets of these urban pioneers. We're starting at the very beginning with a Stone Age settlement that defied every expectation of what a city could be. Nestled in the fertile plains of modern-day Turkey, the ancient settlement of Sattle Heriuk offers a startling glimpse into humanity's first daring experiment with urban living. Dating back to 7500 BC, this was not a city in the sense we might recognize today. There were no grand palaces, no central temples, no wide boulevards or public squares. Instead, imagine a vast, interconnected hive of mud brick homes, built so closely together that there were no streets at ground level at all. To move about the community, people walked across the rooftops of their neighbors, descending into their own homes through openings in the ceiling by means of a ladder. This unique architectural choice created a truly collective existence, a densely packed proto-city that was home to as many as 10,000 people at its peak. Inside these single-room dwellings, daily life unfolded in a space that was both home and workshop, burial chamber and artistic canvas. The floors and walls were meticulously plastered and smoothed, often painted with vibrant scenes of wild bulls, hunting parties, and intricate geometric patterns that suggest a rich symbolic and spiritual world. Beneath the plastered platforms inside the homes, archaeologists have uncovered the buried remains of the deceased, indicating that ritual and memory were deeply woven into the very fabric of domestic life. This was a society where the sacred and the mundane were inseparable, where art wasn't just decoration but a fundamental part of their identity and belief system. What is perhaps most revolutionary about Sattle Heriuk is what it lacks any clear evidence of a social hierarchy. There are no obvious rulers' quarters, no buildings that stand out as administrative centers or storehouses for a ruling elite. Instead, the evidence points to a society that likely operated on a more collective, egalitarian basis. The homes are remarkably uniform in size and design, suggesting shared values and a community where status was not displayed through wealth or architecture. Their survival depended on sophisticated cooperation, managing resources, trading for obsidian from distant volcanoes and seashells from the Mediterranean coast, and navigating the complex social dynamics of living literally on top of one another. Çatalhöyük forces us to redefine what a city can be. It proves that urbanism doesn't require top-down control or monumental grandeur to be successful. For well over a millennium, this Neolithic community thrived by mastering the delicate balance between individual privacy and collective responsibility, between family units and the wider community. It stands as a powerful testament to humanity's innate urge to come together, to create something larger than ourselves, and it laid the foundational blueprint for all the urban revolutions that would follow. While the clustered, egalitarian world of Çatalhöyük showed the potential of communal living, a new form of urban power was brewing to the southeast that would change the course of human history forever. In the lush land between the Tigris and Euphrates rivers, known as Mesopotamia, the city of Uruk arose around 4000 BCE, and it was unlike anything the world had ever seen. This was not a large village or a proto-town. With a population that may have soared past 50,000 people, Uruk stands in the archaeological record as the world's first true city, a buzzing, sprawling metropolis that became the prototype for the city-state. The scale of Uruk's ambition was etched into its very skyline. Dominating the city center was a massive, stepped platform of sun-baked brick known as a ziggurat, and atop it sat the gleaming white temple, its walls covered in gypsum plaster that reflected the relentless Mesopotamian sun. This temple was far more than a place of worship. It was the command center of the entire society. From here, a class of priestly administrators exerted control over the city's economy, its people, and its hinterlands, fusing religious authority with bureaucratic power for the first time on such a grand scale. The city's formidable walls, later immortalized in the Epic of Gilgamesh, were not just for defense, they were a powerful statement of civic identity, separating the urban world of order and culture from the untamed chaos of the outside. But Uruk's most profound and enduring revolution was not in its monuments but in its mind. The administrative challenges of managing such a vast population, its surplus grain, and its complex trade networks necessitated an invention that would alter human cognition itself: writing. Scribes in Uruk began pressing a stylus into wet clay tablets, creating a system of wedge-shaped marks we call cuneiform. Initially used for mundane record-keeping, tracking shipments of barley, counting livestock, recording land sales, this script soon evolved to capture the nuances of human language, giving birth to literature, law, and history. For the first time, words and transactions could be preserved beyond a single lifetime, creating a permanent record of civilization. This bureaucratic innovation fueled an economy of incredible sophistication. Uruk thrived on specialized labor, a stark contrast to the more generalized work of earlier settlements. Its streets were filled with potters using the newly invented fast wheel to mass-produce ceramics, metalworkers crafting tools and adornments, and masons building on a monumental scale. This division of labor was supported by the city's ability to manage the agricultural surplus from the surrounding fields through centralized storage and redistribution, a system controlled by the temple. Uruk became the template for the city-state model, an urban hub that politically and economically dominated the countryside around it, creating a dynamic that would define Mesopotamian civilization for millennia. The story of Uruk teaches us that the essence of a city lies not just in its physical form, but in the invisible structures of administration, economy, and culture that hold it together. If Uruk gave the world the model of the city-state, then its neighbor to the south, perfected it into a system of breathtaking social and spiritual complexity. Flourishing around 2100 BC under the Sumerian kings of the Third Dynasty, Ur was a city of immense wealth and power, a place where the divine and the earthly were fused together in its very architecture. Towering over the flat Mesopotamian plain was its heart and soul, the Great Ziggurat. This massive stepped pyramid, dedicated to the moon god Nana, was not merely a temple. It was a symbolic mountain, a bridge between the world of humans and the realm of the gods. Its sheer scale, with a massive staircase leading priests and offerings upwards, was a daily reminder to every citizen that their society was governed by a divine mandate, a hierarchy that began with the gods and cascaded down through every level of urban life. This celestial blueprint was mirrored perfectly in the social structure of the city itself. Ur was a meticulously stratified society, a stark departure from the communal feel of much earlier settlements. At the apex were the ruling elite, the king, who was also the high priest, and his court of administrators and scribes. Below them were the merchants and skilled artisans who managed the city's thriving trade networks, dealing in textiles, precious metals, and exotic goods from distant lands. And supporting this entire structure was the vast base of laborers and farmers, whose toil in the fields and on public works projects was the true engine of Ur's prosperity. This entire economic machine was lubricated by an ingenious network of canals that branched out from the mighty Euphrates River. These waterways did more than just prevent floods. They were the ancient equivalent of a superhighway system, irrigating vast fields of barley and dates to feed the dense population while simultaneously allowing goods and people to move with surprising efficiency. The physical evidence of this social division is etched into the very ground of Ur's residential quarters. Excavations reveal a clear urban apartheid. The elite lived in spacious two-story homes built around central courtyards, their walls lined with niches and their rooms filled with luxury items like imported jewelry and musical instruments. Some of these houses even contained their own private archives, clay tablets recording business transactions and legal matters, a sign of literacy and commercial power. A mere stone's throw away, the common citizens lived in starkly different conditions, cramped, single-story, mud brick hovels crowded along narrow, winding alleyways. Yet, remarkably, even these lower-class dwellings benefited from one of Ur's great civic innovations, a sophisticated drainage system that connected homes to covered clay pipes running beneath the streets, showcasing an impressive concern for public health that extended across class lines. This concern for order and regulation extended beyond infrastructure into the very laws that governed daily life. Although the famous Code of Hammurabi was still centuries away, the legal precedents set at Ur were its direct ancestors. Tablets from the city detail a complex web of regulations concerning property rights, commercial contracts, and personal disputes. This was an early, sophisticated attempt at urban governance, a system designed to manage the conflicts and complexities that inevitably arise when thousands of people live in close proximity. It provided a framework for stability and predictability, essential ingredients for a trading powerhouse. Perhaps nothing captures the dazzling zenith of Ur's culture more than the breathtaking discoveries from the royal tombs. Archaeologists uncovered a lavish cemetery filled with unimaginable riches and chilling evidence of ritual practice. The tomb of Queen Puabi, for instance, contained a magnificent headdress of gold leaves, lapis lazuli, and carnelian beads, alongside the remains of her attendants, who appear to have accompanied their mistress into the afterlife. But the most iconic find is the Standard of Ur, a beautiful wooden box inlaid with a mosaic of shell, red limestone, and lapis lazuli. One side, the peace side, depicts a king enjoying a banquet with elegantly dressed attendees while others bring livestock and goods in a vibrant parade. The other, the war side, shows a Sumerian army in action with chariots, infantry, and defeated enemies. Together, they present a complete picture of a powerful city-state, its military might that secured its wealth, and the prosperous, ordered society that wealth built. Ur's ultimate lesson was that sacred architecture and ideology could be harnessed to create a unified, economically powerful, and highly stratified urban center, a blueprint for imperial capitals for millennia to come. While the ziggurats of Mesopotamia reached for the heavens to proclaim the power of god-kings, a radically different urban vision was taking shape over 1,000 miles to the east. In the fertile floodplain of the Indus River Valley, around 2600 BC, the city of Mohenjo-Daro emerged as a stunning testament to a society that worshipped not grandeur but order. This was a metropolis built not for the glory of a single ruler, but for the collective well-being of its citizens, and its innovations in urban planning were so advanced that they would not be rivaled for millennia. Forget everything you think you know about ancient chaos. Walking through Mohenjo-Daro would have felt more like navigating a meticulously designed modern city. The first thing that would strike you is the overwhelming sense of organization. Unlike the organically grown, winding alleys of many ancient towns, Mohenjo-Daro was laid out on a strict grid pattern, with wide, straight main streets running north-south and east-west, perfectly aligned with the cardinal directions. These broad avenues, some over 30 feet wide, were intersected by a network of smaller but still perfectly straight lanes, creating city blocks of a standardized size. This wasn't just aesthetically pleasing, it was a masterclass in efficient urban traffic flow, allowing for the easy movement of people and goods throughout the densely populated city. The building blocks themselves were overwhelmingly uniform, constructed from fired bricks of a standardized ratio 1:4, a consistency that speaks to a central authority with an incredible command over production and logistics. But the true genius of Mohenjo-Daro lies beneath your feet, in what is arguably the most sophisticated ancient sanitation system the world had ever seen. Each house, from the largest to the more modest, had its own private bathing area with a drain, and most had their own dedicated well for fresh water. This commitment to personal hygiene was matched by a public health infrastructure that feels almost modern. A network of covered drains ran along every street, collecting wastewater from homes through carefully designed terracotta pipes. These drains were designed with curves that allowed water to pool, trapping solid waste that could be regularly cleaned out by maintenance crews, preventing blockages. They eventually fed into larger central sewers, carrying waste away from the living areas. In an era when many contemporary cities were plagued by filth and disease, the people of Mohenjo-Daro enjoyed a level of sanitation that would not become standard in European cities until the 19th century. At the heart of this spotless city stood its most enigmatic and impressive structure, the Great Bath. This vast, watertight pool, lined with precisely fitted bricks and sealed with a layer of natural tar, was located atop a massive, raised citadel complex. Fitted with surrounding rooms and a sophisticated system for filling and emptying, it was clearly a place of immense importance. While its exact purpose remains debated, the prevailing theory is that it served a vital ritual or religious function, a place for communal purification ceremonies. Unlike the towering ziggurats or pyramids that dominated other urban skylines and emphasized a ruler's connection to the gods, the Great Bath was a public amenity. It suggests a society where community cohesion and collective ritual were valued above the glorification of a single individual. This focus on the collective is perhaps the most enduring mystery of Mohenjo-Daro. Archaeologists have found no evidence of grandiose palaces, no towering royal tombs filled with treasure, and no monuments celebrating military victories. There are no obvious depictions of a king or emperor. The city shows a remarkable uniformity in housing. While some homes are larger than others, the disparity is nothing like the extreme gulf between the palace and the hovel seen in Mesopotamia or Egypt. The evidence points towards a society that may have been governed by a council of elders or an efficient, anonymous bureaucracy rather than an all-powerful monarch. This apparent egalitarianism is further underscored by a curious lack of obvious military fortifications or weapons, hinting at a potentially more peaceful existence than that of its contemporaries. This isn't to say the city was without hierarchy or administration. The sheer scale of its planning requires some form of central control. Intriguing clues about their system come from a wealth of small, square seal stones, often made of steatite and engraved with images of animals like unicorns and bulls, along with a script that remains utterly undeciphered to this day. These seals, likely used to mark goods and signify ownership in trade, point to a complex economic system. Furthermore, archaeologists have discovered sets of perfectly standardized stone weights in a precise binary decimal system. A merchant in Mohenjo-Daro could trade with someone in a distant Indus Valley city like Harappa using the same weights and measures, implying a level of economic integration and administrative precision that is truly astonishing for the time. The legacy of Mohenjo-Daro is profound. It stands as a powerful counterpoint to the idea that early urbanism was necessarily driven by top-down authoritarian rule and monumental ego. This was a city built for people, prioritizing practical concerns like clean water, waste removal, and orderly movement. Its values of hygiene, standardization, and civic planning feel incredibly modern, directly resonating with the goals of today's sustainable city movements. It challenges us to imagine an ancient world where success was measured not by the height of a king's monument, but by the health and efficiency of the community. As this great Indus Valley civilization eventually faded, its secrets locked away in an undeciphered script, another iconic ancient culture was perfecting a very different model of urban life, one where the divine and the daily were utterly inseparable. While the meticulous, earthbound planning of Mohenjo-Daro prioritized practical living, the ancient Egyptian city of Thebes reached for the heavens, constructing an urban landscape that was less a place of mundane habitation and more a grand stage for the divine drama of life, death, and eternal power. As the religious and political heart of the New Kingdom, Thebes, what we know today as Luxor, was not a city designed on a drafting table with straight lines and right angles. Instead, it grew organically and magnificently around its sacred precincts, a sprawling testament to the belief that the city itself was a living entity, a cosmic engine whose primary purpose was to maintain the harmony of the universe and serve the gods and the god-king, the pharaoh. The physical layout of Thebes was a direct reflection of this profound spiritual worldview, deeply encoded in the very geography of the Nile. The city was consciously divided by the great river into two distinct halves, each with a powerful symbolic meaning. The east bank, where the sun was reborn each morning, was the domain of the living. Here, bathed in daylight, stood the two most colossal temple complexes ever constructed in the ancient world, Karnak and Luxor. Karnak was not a single building but a vast city of temples, a project so immense that every pharaoh for nearly 2,000 years felt compelled to add to it, each seeking to outdo their predecessors in scale and grandeur. Its heart was the breathtaking hypostyle hall, a forest of 134 massive sandstone columns, the largest so immense that 100 people could stand together on their capitals. Walking through this shadowy, awe-inspiring space, with shafts of light cutting through the dust and towering pillars carved with hieroglyphs and depictions of gods, was designed to make a person feel infinitesimally small in the presence of divine power. A nearly 2-mile-long avenue of ram-headed sphinxes connected Karnak to the slightly more intimate Luxor temple, a processional route used during the most important religious festivals. During the annual Opet festival, the statues of the gods Amun, Mut, and Khonsu would be carried from Karnak to Luxor on great golden barks, a journey that involved the entire city in a riot of celebration, feasting, and ritual. This wasn't just a parade, it was a vital act of rejuvenation, renewing the pharaoh's divine power and, by extension, the fertility of the land and the stability of the cosmos itself. The entire economy of the East Bank was geared towards supporting this spiritual industry. Vast temple estates owned huge tracts of farmland, worked by laborers to provide the endless offerings required. Artisans' workshops produced the finest linens, jewelry, and papyrus scrolls, while scribes and priests managed an administration as complex as any modern corporation, all dedicated to servicing the gods. Across the Nile on the West Bank lay the domain of the dead, where the sun set each evening. This was not a place of morbid fear, but one of preparation for eternal life. Here, nestled against the dramatic limestone cliffs, were the famed necropolises, the Valley of the Kings and the Valley of the Queens. Thebes's urban footprint extended into these silent, sun-baked valleys, which were bustling centers of highly skilled labor and intense secrecy. Teams of architects, master stonecutters, draftsmen, and painters, all residents of the workmen's village of Deir el-Medina, toiled in the secluded tombs, carving and decorating deep underground chambers with intricate spells from the Book of the Dead to guide the pharaohs safely to the afterlife. The scale of these projects was staggering. The tomb of a single pharaoh like Ramses II or the uniquely powerful female pharaoh Hatshepsut represented a decades-long investment of treasure and manpower. This division between the East and West Banks created a unique urban economy that ran on tribute, theology, and craftsmanship rather than conventional trade. Thebes did not owe its wealth to a strategic location on trade routes like Biblos or to commercial enterprise. Its riches flowed in as tribute from conquered territories across the empire, from Nubian gold to Levantine timber, all funneled into the endless cycle of temple construction and tomb preparation. The city's peak under visionary rulers like Hatshepsut, who launched ambitious trading expeditions and built her magnificent terraced mortuary temple, and Ramses II, the great builder whose colossal statues still dominate the landscape, was a direct result of this fusion of imperial might and deep religious conviction. Thebes ultimately shows us that a city's greatest power can be cultural and spiritual, using monumental architecture not just to impress, but to literally shape the beliefs, economy, and very identity of a civilization for millennia. This Egyptian model of the city as a divine engine would profoundly influence later cultures, but as we cross the Mediterranean to the island of Crete, we encounter a society that built its urban dreams in a radically different way. Leaving behind the sun-baked, divine-centric world of Thebes, we sail across the Mediterranean to the island of Crete, where an entirely different urban dream was being woven into reality. Here, the Minoan city of Nossos, centered around its vast palace complex from around 2000 BCE, presents a vision of ancient life so vibrant, so innovative, and so strangely modern that it feels almost otherworldly. If Thebes was a city built for the gods and their representative on earth, Nossos was a city built for people, for their comfort, their community, and their celebration of the world around them. The heart of this experience was the palace itself, a structure so vast and complex with its multi-level corridors, interconnecting staircases, and seemingly chaotic layout that it likely gave rise to the later Greek myth of the labyrinth. But this was no maze designed to trap a monster. It was a brilliantly engineered administrative, religious, and economic engine. Walking through its remains, you are immediately struck by a sense of openness and light. Unlike the intimidating, shadowy halls of Karnak, Nossos was designed with large, open courtyards and ingenious light wells, vertical shafts that channeled sunlight deep into the lower levels of the multi-story buildings, creating a bright and airy atmosphere. This architectural cleverness extended far beyond aesthetics. The Minoans engineered one of the most sophisticated hydraulic systems of the ancient world. They constructed a network of terracotta pipes that provided clean running water to parts of the palace, and most astonishingly, designed clay toilets with wooden seats that could be flushed by pouring water from a jug, draining into a sophisticated stone sewer system that ran beneath the complex. This concern for sanitation and personal comfort, over 1,000 years before the Romans perfected their aqueducts, is a stunning testament to their priorities. The walls of this vibrant complex were alive with art. Vibrant frescoes depicted a world of graceful motion and natural beauty. Lithe athletes somersaulting over the backs of charging bulls in the dangerous ritual of bull leaping. Elegant figures later dubbed La Parisienne for their sophisticated style, and schools of dolphins dancing through azure waves. These were not scenes of conquest or glorified pharaohs smiting enemies. They were celebrations of life, nature, and human agility. This artistic sensibility points to a society that valued aesthetics, leisure, and perhaps a unique relationship with the natural world. The palace's vast storage magazines, filled with rows of enormous clay jars called pithoi, held the agricultural surplus, olive oil, wine, and grain that formed the economic backbone of what was clearly a wealthy trading empire. Nossos was the central warehouse and administrative hub for a network that stretched across the Mediterranean. Perhaps the most telling feature of Nossos is what it conspicuously lacks: any evidence of major defensive walls. In an era defined by fortifications and conquest, from the Cyclopean walls of Mycenae to the fortified citadels of the Near East, Nossos stood open and seemingly confident. This suggests a civilization whose power and security were derived not from military might, but from economic and cultural influence, a thalassocracy or sea empire, built on the backbone of a powerful navy and prosperous trade routes. Their influence reached Egypt, the Levant, and Anatolia, and their goods were undoubtedly exchanged for raw materials and exotic luxuries. This maritime supremacy allowed for a society that could focus its energies on refinement rather than fortification. This unique social character is further revealed in the artifacts they left behind. The Minoans used a script we call Linear A, found on clay tablets that largely record economic transactions. Unlike the deciphered cuneiform of Mesopotamia or hieroglyphics of Egypt, Linear remains an enigma, its language and full meaning locked away, adding to the mystique of this culture. Yet other artifacts speak volumes. The prominence of women in frescoes and figurines is striking. They are depicted not as passive onlookers but as active participants in ceremonies and public life, often shown with elaborate hairstyles and ornate dresses, their status equal to that of men. Some scholars interpret the central religious figure as a powerful mother goddess, suggesting a society where female authority in spiritual and perhaps secular matters was the norm. The very layout of the city and palace, with its interconnected rooms and courtyards, seems designed to foster community interaction and adaptability. The complex, sprawling design, once thought to be confusing, is now often seen as a deliberate and brilliant adaptation to the seismic reality of living on Crete. The flexible, multi-sectioned layout with open spaces could better withstand earthquakes, allowing sections to shift and settle without causing a catastrophic collapse of the entire structure. Nossos teaches us a profound lesson. That urban brilliance can flourish without the driving forces of militarism, extreme social hierarchy, or the glorification of a single ruler. This was a city that championed aesthetics, innovation, and a seemingly joyous engagement with the world, proving that ancient urban life could be as much about beauty and comfort as it was about power and control. This peaceful maritime confidence, however, stood in stark contrast to the emerging world on the Greek mainland, where a very different, hardened model of urban life was taking root. If the open, maritime confidence of Nossos represents one vision of Bronze Age urban life, then the grim, imposing citadel of Mycenae presents its powerful and stark antithesis. Perched atop a rocky outcrop in the northeastern Peloponnese, Mycenae was not a city designed for comfort or community celebration. It was a fortress engineered for control, its very architecture a declaration of military strength and social hierarchy. Where the Minoans of Nossos felt secure enough to leave their palace unwalled, the Mycenaeans constructed defenses so massive that later Greeks believed they could only be the work of giants, the Cyclopes. These legendary Cyclopean walls, built from immense, irregular limestone boulders fitted together with breathtaking precision, encircled the citadel, creating an aura of impregnable power that still inspires awe today. The main entrance through these formidable walls is the iconic Lion Gate, the sole surviving monumental sculpture from the entire Greek Bronze Age. Above the massive lintel stone, two lionesses, their heads now lost, stand facing each other, their powerful bodies resting on a Minoan-style altar. This was more than decoration, it was a potent piece of propaganda. For any visitor or aspiring attacker, the message was unmistakable. The ruler within was protected by raw heraldic power, a strength both bestial and divine. Passing through this gate, one would have entered a world strictly organized around the authority of its king, known as the Wanax. His fortified palace, or megaron, stood at the highest point of the citadel, a clear physical manifestation of his supreme status. This throne room, with its central hearth and 4 columns, was the administrative and ceremonial heart of a complex warrior society, a blueprint that would echo in the later palaces of Homeric epic. The source of the Wanax's wealth and influence was his command over far-flung trade networks and a highly centralized economy. Unlike the seemingly collective administration of the Minoans, the Mycenaean system was meticulously recorded by a class of scribes using a script we call Linear B. The thousands of clay tablets they left behind, accidentally preserved when the palaces burned, are not poetry or literature, they are inventories. They record in meticulous detail the receipt and distribution of vast quantities of goods, cloth, spices, chariot wheels, bronze, and most tellingly, luxury items like ivory, gold, and amber. This last material, which originated in the distant Baltic, highlights the incredible reach of Mycenaean commerce. The Wanax sat at the center of this web, redistributing these prestige goods to his loyal retainers, a system that reinforced his power and created a steeply stratified society. This social hierarchy is physically etched into the landscape around the citadel. The fortified Acropolis itself was reserved for the ruling elite, the priests, the elite warriors, and the royal administration. The lower town, stretching down the slopes outside the walls, housed the craftsmen, farmers, and laborers whose work sustained the entire system. In times of threat, these people would have abandoned their homes and sought refuge behind the giant walls, their lives literally dependent on the protection offered by the Wanax. This clear division between the fortified elite and the unprotected commoners reveals an urban model built on a foundation of military necessity and stark social inequality. Nowhere is the Mycenaean focus on power and legacy more spectacularly displayed than in their monumental tombs. Just outside the Lion Gate stands the breathtaking treasury of Atreus, also known as the Tomb of Agamemnon. This is not a simple burial pit. It is a colossal beehive-shaped structure, or Tholos tomb, representing one of the most daring architectural achievements of the ancient world. Built using the corbelling technique, each successive ring of stones slightly overlaps the one below until the space is closed at the top by a single capstone, all without any use of mortar. The interior creates a stunning, soaring dome that inspires a sense of awe, a fitting eternal resting place for a dynasty of powerful kings. The construction of such a tomb was an enormous investment of labor and resources, serving a dual purpose. It venerated powerful ancestors, thereby legitimizing the rule of their living descendants, and it projected an image of wealth and stability that was meant to endure long after the king's death. The legacy of Mycenae is profound. This fortified citadel model, blending military might with rigid economic centralization, became the foundational template for the later Greek polis, the city-states that would define classical Greece. The values of heroic, warrior aristocracy so evident at Mycenae would reverberate through the poetry of Homer, whose epics are set in a mythical version of this late Bronze Age world. Mycenae forces us to confront a fundamental truth about urban origins. For many civilizations, the city did not emerge from a desire for community or trade alone, but from the primal need for security. The concentration of resources and people behind massive walls shaped a social structure obsessed with strength, hierarchy, and the control of wealth, a powerful and enduring alternative to the more peaceful model of Nossos. This warrior ethos, however, was not the only path to urban success, as our next destination reveals a culture that built its empire not on fortifications, but on commercial agility and the open sea. But the story of Mycenae is one of walls and warriors, of power concentrated and defended behind massive stone fortifications. To find a radically different model of urban success, we must turn our gaze east to the sparkling shores of the Mediterranean and a city whose strength lay not in impregnable citadels, but in open harbors and far-reaching networks of commerce. Here, in what is now modern Lebanon, the ancient city of Biblos presents a masterclass in endurance through connectivity. Thriving as one of the world's oldest continuously inhabited cities from at least 3000 BCE, Biblos did not merely survive the tumultuous currents of ancient history, it flourished by embracing them, becoming a vibrant, cosmopolitan hub whose greatest monument was not a temple or a palace, but its bustling, natural harbor. The entire identity of Biblos was shaped by its intimate relationship with the sea. Unlike the inland capitals of Mesopotamia or Egypt, which drew their power from controlling agricultural heartlands, Biblos derived its immense wealth from the watery highways of the Mediterranean. Its urban layout was a direct reflection of this maritime reality. The city evolved organically around its sheltered harbor, a crescent-shaped haven that provided safe anchorage for ships from across the known world. The streets and buildings, constructed from handsome, locally quarried limestone, seemed to cascade down towards the water's edge, a physical embodiment of a society oriented outward towards trade and exchange. At the city's core stood robust temples dedicated to gods like the Lady of Byblos, but these were not the isolated, awe-inspiring complexes of Thebes. They were integrated into the daily rhythm of commercial life, places where merchants might offer thanks for a safe voyage or seek divine favor for a lucrative deal. The most famous commodity traded through Byblos was the papyrus reed, imported from Egypt and processed in the city's workshops before being shipped across the Mediterranean to the literate civilizations of the Aegean. This trade was so central to the city's identity that its name became forever entwined with the written word. The Greek term for papyrus scroll, bublos, was derived from the city's name, which later, through the Greek translation of the Hebrew scriptures known as the Ta Biblia, the books, ultimately gave us the word Bible. Biblos quite literally lent its name to the Book of Books, a lasting testament to its role as a conduit of culture and knowledge. This role as a cultural intermediary demanded a revolutionary innovation in communication. The complex cuneiform and hieroglyphic scripts of Mesopotamia and Egypt, with their hundreds of characters, were ill-suited for the fast-paced world of maritime commerce. In response, the savvy merchants and scribes of Byblos and the surrounding Phoenician coast pioneered a breathtakingly simple and powerful invention, the first alphabetic script. This system reduced writing to a set of just about 24 symbols, each representing a single consonant sound. It was a democratization of literacy. Suddenly, learning to read and write no longer required years of specialized training reserved for a priestly elite. A merchant could now learn the alphabet in a matter of weeks, allowing for easier record-keeping, the drafting of contracts, and communication across vast distances. This Phoenician alphabet would become one of history's most influential exports, adapted by the Greeks who added vowels, and eventually forming the foundation of our own Latin script. The very words you are hearing now owe a profound debt to the commercial pragmatism of ancient Byblos. This spirit of adaptability was the key to the city's incredible longevity. Over its millennia-long history, Byblos was not an isolated fortress. It was a prize and a partner, successively influenced and occupied by Egyptians, Hittites, Assyrians, Persians, and Romans. Yet, it was never truly erased. Instead, each new wave of influence was absorbed into the city's fabric. An Egyptian obelisk might stand near a Roman theater, while a Crusader castle was built with stones taken from earlier Phoenician ruins. The city's resilience through earthquakes and invasions highlights a fundamental truth about maritime urban centers. Their strength is not in defying change, but in adapting to it. Their prosperity is built on networks and relationships, on a cosmopolitan openness to new ideas and people. Byblos set the powerful precedent that a city could be an engine of cultural exchange, a place where different worlds met and merged, creating something new and dynamic. This model of the resilient, connected port city would be replicated across the Mediterranean for centuries to come. Leaving behind the maritime networks of Byblos, we now venture deep into the heart of a harsh and unforgiving landscape, where a different kind of genius carved a metropolis not from stone but directly into it. Imagine a place where the very rock seems to bleed a fiery, rose-red hue under the desert sun, a labyrinth of narrow canyons and soaring cliffs that appears utterly inhospitable to any form of large-scale human settlement. This is the setting for one of history's most breathtaking urban achievements, the Nabatean capital of Petra. From the 4th century BCE onward, this city didn't just survive in the arid wastes of modern-day Jordan. It thrived, blossoming into a wealthy oasis of 20,000 people by mastering the one resource more precious than gold in the desert: water. To the first-time visitor, Petra's most immediate and jaw-dropping revelation is its monumental architecture. The approach through the Sick, a natural, winding canyon fissure over a kilometer long with walls towering 200 feet high, is a masterful piece of theatrical staging. The path builds anticipation until it frames, in a sliver of dazzling sunlight, the iconic facade of the Treasury, or Al-Kosneh. This is not a building constructed in the traditional sense. It is a sculpture on a colossal scale, painstakingly carved from the top down directly into the living rock of the cliff face. Its elaborate Hellenistic design with Corinthian columns, mythological figures, and urns is a stunning declaration of wealth and sophistication, a statement that even in this remote location, the Nabateans were connected to and could emulate the artistic trends of the classical world. And the treasury is merely the most famous of hundreds of such structures, from sprawling royal tombs to simple burial chambers, that together form a city of facades, an urban landscape literally hewn from the mountainside. But to focus solely on these breathtaking carvings is to miss Petra's true, revolutionary genius. The real wonder lies in what you cannot immediately see, the vast, hidden network of hydraulic engineering that defied the desert. The Nabateans were masters of water conservation in a land where rain was a rare and violent event. They understood that survival meant capturing every single drop. They engineered an intricate system that would be the envy of many modern cities, a network of dams and diversion tunnels to control the devastating flash floods that roared through the Sikh, miles of narrow terracotta and stone channels, sometimes clinging to cliff faces, that siphoned water from distant springs, and over 200 cisterns, both large public reservoirs and smaller private ones carved into the rock to store this precious cargo. This system could provide an estimated 40 million liters of water at any given time, supporting not just the population's drinking needs but also public baths, lush gardens, and even agriculture in terraced fields outside the city center. Petra was not an oasis in spite of the desert. It was an oasis because of it, its very existence a testament to the idea that environmental constraints are not dead ends, but catalysts for extraordinary innovation. This hydraulic mastery was the foundation for immense economic power. Petra's strategic location was no accident. It sat at the crucial crossroads of major caravan routes that linked the incense-producing regions of southern Arabia with the lucrative markets of the Mediterranean world, Egypt and Mesopotamia. The Nabateans became the undisputed middlemen of this ancient spice trade, growing wealthy by taxing the caravans of camels laden with frankincense, myrrh, silk, and spices that snaked through their territory. To ensure safe passage for these valuable goods, they maintained a network of forts and outposts, creating a secure commercial empire. This immense wealth is palpable in the scale and ornamentation of their rock-cut architecture, which blends Greek, Roman, Egyptian, and Assyrian motifs with their own indigenous artistic traditions, creating a unique and cosmopolitan visual language that reflected their role as a global meeting point. This cultural synthesis extended into the social fabric of Nabatean life. Inscriptions and legal documents on papyrus reveal a society that granted women a remarkable degree of autonomy for the ancient world. Nabatean women had the legal right to own property, initiate divorce, and act as independent business owners, engaging in trade and signing contracts in their own names. This relatively egalitarian approach suggests a social structure that valued practical contribution and commercial acumen, perhaps born from the need for every member of society to contribute to survival and success in such a challenging environment. Petra's story is ultimately one of transformation, turning geographical isolation into a strategic advantage, seasonal flash floods into a life-sustaining resource, and barren rock into a lasting architectural legacy. It stands as a powerful lesson in sustainable adaptation, proving that the most brilliant urban solutions often arise not from conquering nature, but from learning to listen to it and work with its rhythms. While the rock-carved marvel of Petra demonstrated how to conquer a desert through hydraulic ingenuity, a new urban philosophy was taking shape on the coast of Ionia, one that sought to conquer chaos itself through the sheer power of rational thought. In the 5th century BC, the city of Miletus arose from its own ashes after a devastating Persian destruction, not as a haphazard collection of streets, but as a breathtakingly precise geometric diagram. Under the guidance of the visionary architect and philosopher Hippodamus, Miletus became the living embodiment of a radical idea, that a city's physical form could be designed to shape a better, more equitable society. This was not merely town planning, it was social engineering on an unprecedented scale, a conscious effort to build the ideal city from the ground up. The genius of the Hippodamian plan, as it came to be known, was its elegant and ruthless simplicity. Gone were the winding, organic alleyways of older cities, which had grown over centuries like tree roots. In their place, Hippodamus imposed a strict grid of straight, wide streets running at perfect right angles to one another, carving the urban landscape into neat, uniform rectangular blocks. This was far more than an aesthetic choice. This rational layout was a revolutionary tool for efficiency and order. It allowed for the incredibly efficient movement of people, goods, and soldiers across the city, eliminating the confusing, dead-end corridors that could cripple a defense or hinder commerce. Sanitation, a perennial urban challenge, was suddenly manageable. With streets laid out in a predictable pattern, engineers could design effective drainage and water supply systems that served every neighborhood equally. The grid made the city legible, predictable, and fundamentally fair. But the true revolutionary leap was in how Hippodamus used this grid to organize society itself. He didn't just create streets, he zoned the city. Distinct sectors were designated for specific functions, one area for private, residential blocks, another for public buildings like gymnasiums and theaters, and a sacred zone for temples and sanctuaries. This separation of uses was a profound innovation. It created a clear division between the private sphere of the home and the public sphere of civic life, encouraging citizens to engage with their community in dedicated spaces designed for that purpose. The agora, or central market, was no longer a chaotic jumble but an ordered, integrated part of the plan, facilitating trade and conversation. This physical structure reflected a deep philosophical belief in the values of the budding Athenian democracy, equality, order, and the active participation of citizens in the life of the polis. The very streets of Miletus were an argument against tyranny and chaos, promoting a sense of shared identity and collective responsibility among its inhabitants. This rebirth of Miletus as a planned city was itself a powerful statement of resilience. The old city had been ruthlessly sacked by the Persians, a traumatic event that could have ended its story. Instead, its citizens saw destruction not as an end but as a blank slate. Their decision to rebuild according to a rational, preconceived plan was a defiant act of optimism and a declaration of civic pride. It proclaimed that their identity was not tied solely to their history or their monuments, but to their values that could be physically instantiated in stone and mortar. This act of planned recovery showcased urban design as the ultimate tool for forging and reinforcing a community's spirit and purpose. The influence of this single city's layout is almost impossible to overstate. The Hippodamian plan became the default model for new cities across the Greek world and beyond. You can see its principles perfectly executed in the beautifully preserved hillside city of Priene. It was employed on a massive scale by Alexander the Great's planners when they laid out the great metropolis of Alexandria in Egypt, and centuries later, as you walk the endless, numbered streets of Manhattan in New York City, you are walking the direct descendant of Hippodamus's vision for Miletus. That simple, relentless grid designed for easy navigation and the equal subdivision of land is his enduring legacy. Miletus teaches us a timeless lesson that the way we arrange our streets and zones is never neutral. It is a physical manifestation of our deepest beliefs about how people should live, work, and govern themselves together. A truth that will be taken to its most monumental extreme by the next power on our journey. If the rational grid of Miletus represented a city built for its citizens, then the breathtaking complex of Persepolis was conceived for an audience of one, the King of Kings himself, and the vast empire he commanded. Built by the Achaemenid Emperor Darius I around 518 BCE, Persepolis was not a city in any conventional sense. It was not a bustling commercial hub like Biblos, a densely packed residential center like or a democratic polis like Miletus. Instead, it was a staggering ceremonial stage, an architectural propaganda piece designed for one primary purpose: to visually articulate the unimaginable power, wealth, and divine legitimacy of the Persian Empire, and to administer its vast, sprawling territories from a place of overwhelming symbolic authority. The approach to this imperial heart was designed to instill a sense of awe and submission from the very first step. Visitors, ambassadors, dignitaries, and tribute-bearers from the empire's 24 satrapies would first behold a massive artificial terrace hewn from the living rock of the Ka-i-Romat mountain. To reach the summit, they had to ascend the immense dual grand stairways, their steps so shallow and wide that mounted dignitaries could ride their horses to the top in a stately, processional manner. This was not merely an entrance. It was a carefully choreographed experience of ascent toward a seat of power that felt both elevated and untouchable. At the top, they entered through the monumental Gate of All Nations, flanked by colossal human-headed bull sculptures known as lamashu. These towering guardians, borrowed from Assyrian architectural tradition, were the first of many cultural amalgamations, silently communicating that the empire absorbed and protected all within its domain. The true centerpiece of the complex was the Apadana, the magnificent audience hall that could hold 10,000 people. Its roof was supported by 72 intricately carved stone columns towering 60 feet high, a forest of stone that created a space of breathtaking scale and grandeur. But the true genius of Persepolis's message is found not in the hall itself, but on the stone panels that line its stairways. Here, in exquisitely detailed reliefs, unfolds a frozen procession of the entire known world. Row upon row of delegates from every corner of the empire are depicted bringing gifts to the king. You can see the Ethiopians with a giraffe, the Sogdians with axes and a magnificent charger, the Egyptians with a bull, the Greeks with ornate vessels, and the Indians with baskets of tribute. Each group is rendered with meticulous attention to their unique clothing, hairstyles, and offerings. This was not a record of conquest, it was a celebration of peaceful, voluntary submission. The message was one of unity in diversity, that the Persian Empire was a benevolent, ordered universe where every culture had its place and paid homage to the central, stabilizing power of the King of Kings. This ideological statement of tolerance was baked into the very construction of the site. The Persians, master organizers, were brilliant synthesizers of the best ideas from the cultures they ruled. The column bases and capitals are Greek and Ionian in influence. The lamashu gates are Assyrian. The glazed brickwork and relief styles show clear Babylonian and Egyptian inspiration. Even the workforce, according to foundation tablets, was a vast, paid international effort of Ionian stonemasons, Egyptian goldsmiths, and Median woodworkers. By incorporating these diverse artistic and architectural languages, Darius was making a powerful claim. His empire was not a crude, destructive force, but a sophisticated, universal project that respected and harnessed the talents of all its subjects. Supporting this symbolic universe was a hidden network of practical genius. To build and maintain such a complex on a semi-arid plain required revolutionary water management. Engineers constructed a massive system of underground canals carved deep into the bedrock to channel water from nearby springs and prevent the foundation from becoming unstable. Vast underground cisterns were hewn to store water for the thousands of laborers and for the elaborate ritual ceremonies that defined life at Persepolis. This hidden infrastructure ensured that this city of symbols could function flawlessly, its fountains flowing and its rituals uninterrupted, a testament to the administrative efficiency that underpinned the empire's ideological claims. Ultimately, Persepolis was a capital without a permanent residential population. The common people lived in the surrounding cities, while this terraced complex served exclusively as the administrative and ceremonial nerve center for the empire, used primarily for the annual Nossos New Year festival and for receiving tribute. It was a stage, and the king was the lead actor in a perpetual performance of power. This model of a capital as a purely symbolic and administrative heart, separate from the messy reality of urban life, would profoundly influence later imperial centers, from the Forbidden City in Beijing to the planned capitals of Washington, D.C. and Brasilia. Persepolis stands as the ultimate reminder that the most powerful cities are not always defined by the lives lived within them, but by the ideas they represent, a lesson in the timeless art of using architecture not just to house an empire, but to embody it. Where the rigid, ceremonial grandeur of Persepolis served a single empire and its king, the next city on our journey was designed as a gift to the entire world. When Alexander the Great chose a strip of land between the Mediterranean Sea and Lake Moerotis in 331 BCE, he wasn't just founding another military outpost, he was planting a seed for the world's first truly global metropolis. He envisioned a city that would be a melting pot of human knowledge and culture, and with the help of his architect Dinocrates, that vision became Alexandria. Unlike the elevated, symbolic terrace of Persepolis, Alexandria was laid out on a practical, sprawling grid. Its two main wide avenues, Canopic Street and the Street of the Soma, intersecting at the heart of the city to create a perfectly ordered urban plan that could accommodate an unprecedented flow of people and ideas from across the known world. The city's legendary status was anchored by two monumental achievements that became synonymous with its identity: the lighthouse and the library. The lighthouse, or Pharos, standing on an island at the harbor's entrance, was one of the seven wonders of the ancient world. This towering structure of white marble, possibly reaching 400 feet high, was a masterwork of practical engineering and powerful symbolism. Its great flame, magnified by a complex system of polished bronze mirrors, was a beacon of safe haven for the ships that carried the city's lifeblood, guiding them into the massive, protected dual harbors. By day, a column of smoke served the same purpose. It wasn't just a navigational aid, it was the first thing visitors saw, a stunning declaration that they were arriving at a place of brilliance, safety, and enlightened civilization. If the lighthouse guided the body, the great library was designed to guide the mind. This was perhaps the most ambitious intellectual project in history before the internet. The Ptolemaic rulers of Alexandria had a breathtakingly simple and audacious goal: to collect a copy of every known book in the world. Royal agents were sent to every major port and market with vast sums of money to purchase scrolls. It's said that every ship docking in Alexandria was searched, and any scrolls found were taken to the library to be copied, with the copies returned to the owners while the originals were kept for the great library's collection. This relentless pursuit amassed an estimated 400,000 to 700,000 papyrus scrolls, creating an unimaginable repository of human knowledge. But the library was far more than a storage facility. It was the world's first great research university. It attracted the finest minds of the age: scientists, poets, mathematicians, and physicians who were paid salaries by the state to live there, study, and push the boundaries of knowledge. It was here that Euclid formulated his elements of geometry, that Aristarchus first proposed a heliocentric model of the solar system, and that Eratosthenes calculated the circumference of the Earth with astonishing accuracy. This explosion of learning was fueled by the city's incredibly diverse population. Alexandria was a planned experiment in multiculturalism. Dinocrates' grid included designated neighborhoods for different ethnic groups: the Greek Bruchaean Quarter, the native Egyptian Rakotis district, and a large Jewish sector, each with its own customs, temples, and community life. This wasn't a segregated city of isolated enclaves. The wide, colonnaded streets and grand public spaces like the theater and gymnasium were designed for interaction. This constant cross-pollination of Greek, Egyptian, Jewish, Persian, and Mesopotamian ideas led to fascinating new cultural and religious syntheses. New deities emerged like Serapis, a blend of the Egyptian gods Osiris and Apis with the Greek Zeus and Hades, created to be a unifying figure for all of the city's inhabitants. This urban environment proved that diversity wasn't a weakness to be managed, but an incredible engine for innovation, commerce, and cultural vitality. Ultimately, Alexandria's brilliance could not be insulated from the political turmoil that followed the decline of the Ptolemaic dynasty. The Great Library suffered from multiple fires, the most famous during Julius Caesar's civil war, and the city's autonomy was gradually eroded under Roman rule. Yet, its legacy as a model of the cosmopolitan center of learning never truly faded. For centuries, it set a powerful precedent that a city could be more than a political capital or a military stronghold. It could be a global crossroads, a sanctuary for scholarship, and a beacon of progress that drew its strength from the collective intelligence of the entire world. Its story is a timeless lesson on the incredible potential that is unlocked when a city consciously designs itself not for isolation, but for connection. From the meticulously planned crossroads of Alexandria, we now journey to the heart of the Indian subcontinent, where another imperial capital redefined the scale and purpose of urban power. Nestled on the sacred banks of the Ganges River, Patalipatra emerged as the magnificent nerve center of the vast Mauryan Empire under the transformative rule of Emperor Ashoka in the 3rd century BC. This was not merely a city, it was a colossal administrative machine and a living testament to the potential of enlightened statecraft, a megacity whose grandeur was so immense that it left Greek ambassadors from the Seleucid Empire utterly awestruck. Their detailed accounts describe a sprawling urban fortress, its perimeter protected by a massive wooden palisade punctuated by hundreds of watchtowers and surrounded by a deep, formidable moat, a display of defensive engineering meant to deter any thought of invasion. But the true genius of Patalipatra was not in its defenses, but in the sophisticated civic infrastructure that operated within them. The Greek chronicler Megasthenes wrote of a drainage system of remarkable complexity, with countless channels running beneath wide, carefully laid out streets to manage waste and monsoon rains, ensuring public health for a population that may have numbered in the hundreds of thousands. This commitment to urban welfare was mirrored in the city's groundbreaking administrative structure. Patalipatra was governed by 6 distinct boards, each a dedicated committee of officials responsible for a specific facet of city life. There was a board for industry and trade, regulating artisans and ensuring the quality of goods, a board for public welfare, overseeing the maintenance of buildings and infrastructure, and even a board dedicated to the census and registration of foreigners, a clear sign of a highly organized bureaucratic state. This level of specialized municipal management was unprecedented, representing one of the earliest examples of a government taking direct, comprehensive responsibility for the daily well-being of its urban citizens. The city's physical layout was consciously designed to foster both efficient governance and profound spiritual contemplation. Wide arterial roads led to a monumental royal palace, its pillars and halls reportedly adorned with golden vines and silver birds, a setting for the emperor's court and the empire's central administration. Yet interwoven with these spaces of secular power were serene parks, tranquil monasteries, and spacious assembly halls built to accommodate the growing influence of Buddhist and Jain philosophies. This intentional blending of the royal and the religious created a unique urban atmosphere where matters of state and spirit were in constant dialogue. This fusion reached its most powerful expression under Ashoka himself. Following his profound remorse after the brutal Kalinga War, the emperor underwent a spiritual transformation and began inscribing his new philosophy of Dhamma, a moral code emphasizing non-violence, tolerance, and righteous conduct, onto towering stone pillars and rock faces throughout the city and empire. These edicts were not hidden away in royal archives. They were erected in prominent public squares and along busy thoroughfares, transforming the very fabric of Patalipatra into an open-air classroom for moral instruction. Citizens going about their daily business would encounter these pillars, their polished surfaces catching the sun, and could listen as appointed officials read the inscriptions aloud. Ashoka was using urban space itself as a medium for mass communication and social change, advocating for respect towards elders, compassion for all living beings, and harmony among the empire's many religious sects. It was a revolutionary use of the cityscape not to glorify the king's military conquests, but to promote a collective ethical awakening, making the metropolis a true capital of conscience. The ultimate source of Patalipatra's immense power and stability was its role as the central node in a vast imperial network. From here, Ashoka's administrators coordinated a web of infrastructure that bound the empire's diverse regions together. A royal highway stretched over 1,000 miles, connecting the capital to the distant northwest frontier, while a network of smaller roads facilitated the movement of troops, officials, and merchants. Along these routes, the state built rest houses, planted shade trees, and dug wells, providing comfort and safety for travelers. This infrastructure did more than just facilitate control. It stimulated economic integration and cultural exchange across a subcontinent of incredible diversity. Patalipatra stands as a classic model of the imperial capital, a primary city that exists to administer a vast territory, leveraging urban planning, bureaucracy, and ideology to project power and foster unity across countless different landscapes and peoples. Its legacy of centralized, welfare-oriented governance would echo through the design of later Indian capitals for centuries to come. While the Mauryan emperors ruled from their planned capital of Patalipatra, a different kind of urban miracle was unfolding on the island of Sri Lanka, one that would not be built on military conquest or imperial administration, but on a profound and sacred pact with nature itself. Rising from the plains of the island's north-central province, Anuradhapura became one of history's most enduring testaments to sustainable living, a city that mastered the art of water in a monsoon climate and thrived as a spiritual and political capital for over 1,300 years. Its foundation was not stone or brick, but water, a vast, intricate, and breathtakingly beautiful network of artificial reservoirs called tanks, canals, and filtering ponds that transformed a landscape of seasonal downpours and prolonged dry spells into a perennial garden of abundance. The genius of Anuradhapura's engineers lay in their deep understanding of the local environment. They observed the rhythm of the monsoon rains, which delivered water in intense, concentrated bursts, and devised a system to capture every precious drop for the long dry season that followed. This began with the construction of massive earthwork embankments, some over 50 feet high and several miles long, strategically placed across the land's natural contours to create colossal reservoirs. The most famous of these, the Abhayagiri tank and the even larger Nuwara Wiwa, were not mere ponds. They were inland seas capable of irrigating tens of thousands of acres of rice paddies. This agricultural surplus was the bedrock of the city's economy, supporting a population that likely exceeded 100,000 people at its zenith. But the system's sophistication went far beyond simple storage. A complex web of underground conduits and finely graded surface canals, some stretching for over 50 miles, distributed this water with precision, ensuring that fields, homes, and public baths were all supplied. Perhaps most impressively, they built filtering tanks called bisokatuwa, which were essentially ancient valve pits at the base of the dams. These ingenious structures regulated the pressure and outflow of water from the massive reservoirs, preventing the earthen dams from eroding and collapsing, a revolutionary feat of hydraulic engineering that allowed these structures to stand for centuries. This mastery over water created the stability necessary for Anuradhapura to blossom into a global center of culture and faith. At the very heart of the city, both spiritually and physically, stood the sacred Bodhi tree. It was no ordinary tree. It was a sapling from the original Bodhi tree in India under which the Buddha attained enlightenment, brought to Sri Lanka in the 3rd century BC. This living relic made Anuradhapura one of the most sacred sites in the entire Buddhist world, a destination for pilgrims from across Asia. The city's skyline was dominated by immense white-domed stupas like the Ruwanwelisaya and the Jetavanaramaya. The latter was for centuries the 3rd tallest structure in the ancient world, surpassed only by the pyramids of Giza. These monuments were not just places of worship. They were massive public works projects that employed thousands, from artisans and sculptors to laborers and farmers who fed them, all funded by the agricultural wealth generated by the tank system. The urban planning of Anuradhapura reflected a sophisticated zoning concept based on concentric circles of sanctity and function. The innermost core was the sacred precinct, containing the major stupas, the Bodhi tree, and the major monastic complexes. Surrounding this was the royal and administrative district with its palaces and audience halls. Beyond that lay the vast residential and commercial areas, followed by the industrial zones for metalworking, pottery, and other crafts. This layout created a harmonious flow from the most sacred to the most mundane, organizing the city's intense spiritual energy while efficiently managing the noise and activity of daily life. This was a city designed for both the soul and the body, where the spiritual and the practical were seamlessly integrated. Its success made it a cosmopolitan hub with surprising global reach. Archaeologists have unearthed Roman coins, Persian glass, and Chinese ceramics within its bounds, evidence of its position on ancient maritime trade routes. Its monastic universities, particularly the Abhayagiri Vihara, became renowned international centers of learning, attracting scholars who studied not only Buddhist philosophy but also medicine, astronomy, and languages. The city was a pioneer in metallurgy, producing the famous Wootz steel that would later become the legendary Damascus steel, prized for its strength and flexibility. This blend of technological innovation, economic prosperity, and deep spirituality created a resilient urban organism capable of weathering incredible challenges. Anuradhapura was sacked by invaders from South India on multiple occasions, and each time its people returned, rebuilding and restoring the tanks and temples, demonstrating a resilience born from a deep connection to their land and their faith. Its eventual decline was not due to a failure of its systems, but to a gradual shift in political power and the relentless pressure of foreign incursions. The legacy of Anuradhapura is a powerful lesson for our own era of climate uncertainty. It proves that long-term urban survival isn't about dominating nature, but about observing its rhythms, harnessing its gifts with humility, and building a society where technological ingenuity serves a higher purpose of sustaining both people and planet. This delicate balance stands in fascinating contrast to the approach of the next civilization on our journey, which sought to conquer nature itself through sheer scale and institutional might. Where Anuradhapuра's brilliance flowed from its sacred reservoirs and spiritual harmony, the next city on our journey drew its power from a vastly different source, an unshakable belief in engineering, law, and imperial ambition. Ancient Rome was not just a city, it was a gravitational force that pulled the entire known world into its orbit, a metropolis of over 1 million souls at its zenith that didn't just participate in urban living, it completely redefined it for all of history. The sheer scale of its achievement is almost incomprehensible. It was a place of breathtaking contrasts where staggering public grandeur coexisted with cramped, dangerous private squalor, and where the concept of citizenship itself was forged into a tool for building an empire. The physical backbone of Rome's million-strong population was a technological marvel that still inspires awe. The aqueducts, these were not mere water channels, they were monumental arcs of stone marching across the countryside, defying geography and gravity to bring fresh, clean mountain water from sources dozens of miles away. This engineering triumph delivered an estimated 200 million gallons of water to the city every single day, a per capita supply that rivals many modern cities. This water did more than just quench thirst, it powered the very soul of Roman public life. It fed the vast imperial bath complexes, like the baths of Caracalla or Diocletian, which were not just places to get clean. They were sprawling social hubs, leisure centers, and libraries where citizens of all classes, though often segregated by gender or status, could exercise, conduct business, and socialize. The free or heavily subsidized grain dole, the annona, ensured that the urban poor would not starve, a policy of state-sponsored welfare that bought social stability. And for entertainment, there was the Colosseum, a stadium capable of holding 50,000 people for gladiatorial games, and the Circus Maximus, where a quarter of the city's population could gather to watch chariot races. This model of providing bread and circuses, panem et circenses, was a calculated strategy to keep a vast, potentially restless populace content and loyal to the state. This commitment to public infrastructure was mirrored by a revolution in private construction, the invention of Roman concrete. This seemingly magical material, a mix of lime, volcanic ash, and rubble, was cheaper and more flexible than solid stone. It allowed Roman engineers to span vast spaces with soaring arches, domes, and vaults, creating the immense, airy interiors of the Pantheon, a dome that would remain the largest unsupported concrete span in the world for over 17 centuries. But concrete also enabled the city to house its masses. The elite lived in spacious, inward-facing private homes called domus, centered around an open-air atrium and often featuring exquisite mosaics and wall paintings. The overwhelming majority of Romans, however, lived in a very different world, the insulae. These were multi-story apartment blocks, often poorly built and dangerously overcrowded. Constructed from wood and rubble, they were notorious fire hazards and prone to collapse. Juvenal, the Roman satirist, famously complained of having to live in fear of a crumbling ceiling. Living quarters were cramped, dark, and lacked running water or sanitation, forcing residents to rely on public fountains and latrines. The city's skyline was thus a stark physical map of its social hierarchy, with the marble splendor of public temples and baths standing in sharp relief against the teeming, precarious brick tenements that housed the people who built the empire. The genius of Rome, however, extended far beyond its city limits. Its power was cemented by two unparalleled networks, its roads and its laws. The famous Appian Way, begun in 312 BCE, was the first great military highway, a marvel of engineering with its deep gravel foundations, drainage ditches and curbed surfaces. This was the prototype for a system that would eventually stretch over 250,000 miles, connecting every corner of the empire from the rainy outpost of Hadrian's Wall in Britain to the bustling markets of Syrian Antioch. The legions could march swiftly along these roads to put down rebellions, but they also allowed for the rapid movement of trade, ideas, and administrators. This physical connectivity was matched by a legal one. Roman law, particularly the concept of ius civile citizen law and later ius gentium law of nations, provided a standardized framework for justice, commerce, and property rights that could be applied from Spain to Egypt. A merchant in Londinium could make a contract under the same legal principles as one in Carthage. Perhaps Rome's most powerful export was the concept of citizenship itself. By gradually extending the privileges and protections of Roman citizenship to conquered peoples, Rome offered a powerful incentive for loyalty and assimilation. It transformed vanquished enemies into invested stakeholders in the empire's success, creating a shared Roman identity that transcended local ethnic and tribal affiliations. Yet, for all its monumental achievements, Rome's story also serves as history's most potent cautionary tale about the vulnerabilities of immense scale. The very system that sustained the city, the constant inflow of grain from North Africa and Egypt, the precious metals mined from Spain, the slaves captured in foreign wars, created a profound ecological and economic fragility. The empire eventually succumbed to a complex web of crises. Overexpansion stretched its military and administrative resources too thin, economic inflation debased its currency, and the depletion of nearby forests and farmlands created resource scarcity. The reliance on aqueducts made the city terrifyingly vulnerable to siege, as a single cut to a water supply could cause panic. The decline of Rome was a slow unraveling of these interconnected systems, a stark reminder that even the most advanced urban civilization is not immune to the consequences of environmental strain and political overreach. Its legacy, however, is the eternal blueprint. Rome established the foundational idea that a city has a responsibility to provide for the basic needs and entertainment of its citizens, that infrastructure is a public good worthy of massive investment, and that law and citizenship can be the glue that holds a diverse empire together. These were ideals too powerful to disappear, and as the empire solidified, it began to export this Roman model of urban life to its farthest provinces, creating perfect miniature replicas of itself across the known world. While the sprawling, chaotic energy of Rome itself showcased the immense scale of imperial power, the true genius of Roman urbanism is perhaps better understood not at the center, but at its farthest edges. To see this blueprint in its purest, most idealized form, we must travel to the sun-baked highlands of North Africa, to the city of Timgad. Founded around 100 CE by the Emperor Trajan, Timgad was not an organic settlement that grew over centuries. It was a city conceived and executed in a single, brilliant act of planning. Its official name was Colonia Marciona Traiana Thamugadi, a name that itself reveals its purpose. It was a colonia, a retirement community for veteran soldiers of the 3rd Augustan Legion who had served their time defending the empire's volatile southern frontier. This was Rome's grand bargain with its military. In exchange for a lifetime of service, you would be granted a plot of land in a new city that was a perfect miniature replica of the world you had fought to protect. The moment you lay eyes on the plan of Timgad, its radical order takes your breath away. Here, the Roman grid plan is elevated to a form of high art and ideology. The entire city is a perfect square, meticulously laid out using the Roman surveying tool called the groma to ensure every angle was a perfect right angle and every line was straight. Two main streets, the Cardo Maximus and the Decumanus Maximus, cross at the city's very center, dividing it into four perfectly equal quarters. These main avenues were colonnaded and bustling, but it was the smaller, identical rectangular blocks, or insulae, that truly defined daily life. Each block contained a set of private homes, and the uniformity of these plots was a powerful physical statement of the equal reward promised to every veteran. In a world used to organic, winding streets, this geometric precision was a shocking and deliberate declaration of Roman rationality and control imposed upon the landscape. At the intersection of those two main streets lay the city's public heart, the Forum. This was not just a market, it was the stage for Roman civic life. Surrounded by a colonnaded portico, it housed the basilica for legal proceedings, the curia for city council meetings, and temples to Roman gods, most prominently Jupiter. Just a short walk away stood a magnificent theater carved into a hillside, capable of seating 3,000 people, a clear sign that culture and entertainment were considered non-negotiable components of the Roman way of life, even on the edge of the Sahara. Perhaps most telling of all was the Grand Public Library, a multi-story complex filled with scrolls. This was a powerful symbol that this military colony was not just a garrison. It was a center of learning and Roman civilization, a beacon of sophistication in what was perceived as a barren land. The standard of living achieved in this planned community was astonishing. The ruins of Timgad are remarkably well preserved, and they reveal a level of comfort that would have been the envy of many in Rome itself. The private homes of these retired soldiers were equipped with underfloor heating systems known as hypocausts, where hot air from a furnace would circulate beneath the floors and through pipes in the walls to warm the entire house during cool desert nights. The city boasted at least 14 public bath complexes, social hubs where citizens would go not just to get clean, but to exercise, discuss business, and relax. The sheer number of baths indicates both great wealth and a profound commitment to the Roman ritual of public bathing, a core tenet of their identity. The Arch of Trajan, a monumental gateway at the western end of the city, served as a constant reminder of the emperor's generosity and the might of the empire that made this comfortable life possible. But Timgad was far more than a comfortable retirement village. It was a masterfully designed tool of empire, a node in a vast network of control. Its strategic location allowed it to oversee important trade routes and monitor potentially restless local Berber tribes. By settling loyal, battle-hardened veterans here with a vested interest in maintaining the peace, Rome created a self-sufficient, deeply loyal community that would act as a stabilizing force in the region. The city's very design facilitated this control. The grid plan made the movement of troops and officials effortless, and the clear, open sight lines made it difficult for any unrest to go unnoticed. This was soft power expressed in city planning, offering the benefits of Roman civilization in exchange for political loyalty and cultural assimilation. And that assimilation was a two-way street. While the architecture and public inscriptions are overwhelmingly Roman, archaeological evidence shows that local Berber traditions and deities were not erased but often incorporated. This blending of identities created a new, unique culture, that of the Roman African. Timgad was not an isolated example. It was one of hundreds of such colonies built from Britain to Jordan, from Germany to Syria, each one spreading the Roman urban template like a virus. This systematic replication is perhaps Rome's greatest urban legacy, the idea that a core set of values, order, hygiene, public leisure, and civic administration could be packaged into a standardized city plan and deployed anywhere on Earth to create a predictable, controllable, and loyal Roman world. Timgad's silent, stone streets are the ultimate testament to this policy. a perfect fossil of imperial ambition frozen in time. This model of urbanism as a conscious tool of integration and control stands in stark contrast to the completely independent urban traditions that were flourishing, entirely unaware of Rome in a different hemisphere. Far to the west of the rigid Roman grids and across the vast Atlantic Ocean, a completely independent urban revolution was unfolding in the Valley of Mexico, giving rise to a city so awe-inspiring that the Aztecs who discovered its ruins centuries later believed it could only have been built by giants. This was Teotihuacan, the city of the gods, a metropolis that, at its peak between 100 and 600 CE, housed a staggering 150,000 people and dominated the Mesoamerican world not through the force of a known emperor, but through the power of a shared spiritual vision and breathtaking economic ingenuity. Its monumental heart was laid out with a precision that rivals the plans of any Roman city, but its purpose was utterly unique, designed not for the glory of a single ruler, but as a literal map of the cosmos and a stage for the rituals that sustained the universe itself. The entire city was organized along a central axis now called the Avenue of the Dead, a vast processional way nearly 3 miles long and 130 feet wide that runs from the Ciudadela compound, past the immense Pyramid of the Sun, and culminates at the slightly smaller but more elegantly proportioned Pyramid of the Moon. This was far more than a simple boulevard. It was a sacred pathway, and its alignment is a testament to the Teotihuacano's profound astronomical knowledge. The avenue is oriented 15.5 degrees east of true north, an angle that appears to align with the setting of the Pleiades star cluster, a critically important celestial marker in Mesoamerican cosmology. The Pyramid of the Sun itself is precisely aligned to mark the Sun's passage directly overhead on the days of April 29th and August 12th, dates that divided the solar year into meaningful agricultural and ritual periods. This wasn't urban planning, it was geo-astronomical engineering, a deliberate effort to anchor the city's very fabric to the eternal cycles of the heavens, making Teotihuacan a place where time and space converged. If the city's ceremonial core was designed for the gods, its residential districts were masterfully engineered for its diverse and thriving population. Unlike the cramped insulae of Rome, the people of Teotihuacan lived in over 2,000 spacious apartment compounds, large, single-story complexes built of stone and adobe that housed multiple families, often grouped by their profession or ethnic origin. These were not simple huts, they were comfortable homes built around central courtyards, with rooms for sleeping, cooking, and craft production, and many featured their own drainage systems and even small temples for household worship. Archaeologists have identified distinct neighborhoods for people from Oaxaca, the Maya region, and the Gulf Coast, suggesting Teotihuacan was a true melting pot, a multi-ethnic hub that attracted people from across the region. This incredible diversity was likely fueled by the city's economic powerhouse, its control of the region's richest obsidian deposits. This volcanic glass was the steel of the ancient Americas, used for everything from ritual knives and weapons to everyday tools. Teotihuacan's workshops mass-produced obsidian blades and artifacts with an efficiency that bordered on industrialization, exporting them along trade routes that stretched from the deserts of northern Mexico to the jungles of Guatemala, creating immense wealth and cultural influence. What is perhaps most revolutionary about Teotihuacan, and what continues to baffle archaeologists, is the complete absence of any evidence for a traditional, dynastic ruler. There are no grand palaces filled with riches, no elaborate royal tombs like those in Egypt or Mesopotamia, and no stone stelae carved with the images and boasts of a mighty king. The city's most magnificent art is not found in a private royal gallery, but on the walls of its public buildings and apartment compounds. These vibrant murals depict not scenes of conquest and subjugation, but a rich symbolic world of flowing water, blooming flowers, benevolent deities like the great goddess, and abstract geometric patterns. This art suggests a society where collective identity and religious belief were more powerful drivers than the ego of a single individual. The prevailing theory is that Teotihuacan was governed by a collective leadership, perhaps a council of powerful priests, military orders, and merchant guilds who ruled in the name of the gods rather than themselves. This makes it a stunning anomaly in the ancient world, a massive, hierarchical, and immensely powerful city that seems to have functioned without a king, proving that urbanism can flourish through shared ideology and economic synergy rather than top-down coercion. For centuries, this unique model thrived, making Teotihuacan one of the largest and most influential cities on Earth. Its cultural impact was immense. Its architectural style, art motifs, and even its gods were adopted and adapted by later cultures, including the Maya and the Aztecs. Yet, around the middle of the 6th century CE, this mighty city met a sudden and catastrophic end. The central ceremonial buildings along the Avenue of the Dead were systematically burned and destroyed in what appears to have been a violent, organized uprising. There is no evidence of a foreign invasion. Instead, the destruction seems to have come from within, a revolution of the people against their own ruling system. The exact reasons remain one of history's great mysteries, but theories point to a perfect storm of crises, a series of severe droughts that would have shattered the agricultural base and spiritual confidence of the society, combined with growing unrest among the different ethnic groups or between the elite and the commoners. The story of Teotihuacan is a powerful and humbling lesson on the fragility of even the most magnificent and seemingly stable urban civilizations, reminding us that a city is ultimately a compact between its people and its leaders, a compact that can be broken when the balance fails. Its silent, monumental ruins stand as a testament to a different path that urban life almost took, one of collective purpose and cosmic harmony, a path that was ultimately as fragile as it was beautiful. High in the thin, breathless air of the Andean Altiplano, where the sky feels close enough to touch and the wind whips across the plains with an unforgiving chill, the city of Tiwanaku achieved the seemingly impossible. From around 500 to 1000 CE, this magnificent urban center thrived at a lung-crushing altitude of 13,000 feet above sea level, near the shores of the vast and sacred Lake Titicaca in modern-day Bolivia. In an environment that would challenge even the hardiest modern mountaineer, the Tiwanaku people didn't just survive. They engineered a flourishing civilization that transformed a harsh landscape into a cradle of innovation, proving that human ingenuity can blossom in the most extreme conditions on Earth. The foundation of their success was a revolutionary agricultural system that turned the cold, waterlogged soils of the high plains into incredibly productive farmland. The Tiwanaku were masters of a technique known as raised field agriculture or suka collis. They dug a network of shallow canals, piling the excavated earth into long, raised planting beds that ran parallel to the water. This simple yet brilliant design created a powerful microclimate. The water in the canals absorbed the intense heat of the daytime sun, acting like a thermal mass that radiated warmth back onto the planting beds throughout the bitterly cold nights, effectively protecting delicate crops like potatoes, quinoa, and maize from frost. Meanwhile, the stagnant water in the canals bred algae and aquatic plants, which were periodically dredged up and used as a rich, natural fertilizer to replenish the soil. This self-sustaining system produced massive agricultural surpluses, supporting a dense urban population and fueling the city's growth into a regional power without the need for expansive, soil-depleting fields. This bounty from the earth supported the construction of a ceremonial core that remains one of the ancient world's most enigmatic architectural marvels. At the heart of Tiwanaku lies the Akapana, a massive, terraced platform pyramid that likely represented a sacred mountain, and the Kalasasaya, a great rectangular temple complex whose walls are lined with mysterious stone heads. But the most iconic symbol of Tiwanaku's genius is the Gateway of the Sun. Carved from a single, enormous block of andesite stone, this monumental portal is adorned with an intricate central frieze depicting a powerful, staff-wielding figure believed to be the central deity, often called Viracocha or the staff god, surrounded by 48 smaller winged figures running toward him in reverence. The precision of this carving, achieved with stone tools, is staggering. Yet the true engineering miracle lies in the city's masonry. The Tiwanaku were unmatched stonemasons. They quarried enormous blocks of stone, some weighing over 100 tons, and transported them across miles of difficult terrain. Most astonishingly, they shaped these stones to fit together with such perfect, seamless precision that not even a razor blade can be inserted between them. This technique of fitting polygonal stones together without mortar, known as ashlar masonry, created structures that were incredibly resilient to the frequent earthquakes that shake the high Andes, allowing their walls to stand strong over a millennium later. This architectural and agricultural mastery was the bedrock of a society that seemed to operate on principles of shared labor and collective ritual, rather than the overt, autocratic rules seen in other contemporary civilizations. Unlike the palaces of Mesopotamian kings or the tombs of Egyptian pharaohs, Tiwanaku lacks obvious grandiose residences for a single all-powerful ruler. Instead, the evidence points to a more collective form of governance, perhaps led by a council of priests and lineage heads. The city's vast open plazas, like the one fronting the Kalasasaya temple, were clearly designed to hold enormous crowds, suggesting that public festivals and religious ceremonies were the glue that held society together. These events, likely tied to the agricultural and celestial cycles, would have reinforced community bonds, distributed surplus resources, and affirmed a shared cultural identity that connected the urban core to the surrounding farmlands and distant colonies. A sophisticated road system, parts of which still exist today, linked Tiwanaku to a network of outposts and territories stretching all the way to the Pacific coast, facilitating the exchange of highland goods for products from different ecological zones. The story of Tiwanaku's eventual decline around 1000 CE is a sobering lesson in environmental vulnerability. A prolonged period of climate change, likely a great drought that lasted for decades, is the leading suspect. The raised field system, for all its brilliance, was entirely dependent on a consistent supply of water from Lake Titicaca and its feeder rivers. As the rains failed and water levels dropped, this intricate agricultural web would have collapsed, leading to famine, social unrest, and the eventual abandonment of the great city. Tiwanaku's legacy is a powerful dual narrative. It stands as a timeless monument to human adaptability, showing us that with innovation and cooperation, we can not only survive but thrive in the world's most challenging environments. Yet, its fall is a stark warning that even the most advanced societies are ultimately dependent on the stability of their natural world, a lesson of profound relevance for our own time. While the desert city of Petra mastered water conservation through capture and control, an entirely different hydraulic challenge was being met on the other side of the world, in the humid, monsoon-drenched jungles of Southeast Asia. Here, from the 9th to the 15th centuries, the Khmer Empire built not just a city, but an entire engineered landscape on a scale that is almost incomprehensible. Angkor was the world's largest pre-industrial city, a sprawling metropolis that covered over 1,000 square kilometers, an area larger than modern-day New York City, and at its heart lay a revolutionary concept that a city could be a machine for living in harmony with and even harnessing the dramatic seasonal rhythms of nature. The entire existence of Angkor was predicated on a breathtakingly sophisticated water management system, a network of hydrology so vast and complex it functioned as the city's circulatory system. The lifeblood was the annual monsoon, which dumped tremendous amounts of water in a concentrated period, followed by a long, punishing dry season. The Khmer engineers' solution was to build a gigantic buffer against this cycle. They constructed massive artificial reservoirs called barrays. The largest of these, the West Barray, is an artificial body of water 5 miles long and 1.5 miles wide, holding over 50 million cubic meters of water. But these reservoirs were just the most visible part of the system. A sprawling, intricate web of canals, channels, dikes, and moats connected them to the fields and the city itself. This network did three things with brilliant efficiency. It captured and stored the surplus monsoon rains. It distributed this water to vast rice paddies for intensive agriculture that could support a population of up to 1 million people. And it provided a means of transportation for people and goods across the enormous urban expanse. This hydraulic genius was not merely a feat of civil engineering. It was the very foundation of Khmer political and spiritual power. The king was not just a ruler, he was the Diva-Raja, the god king, and his primary role was to serve as the divine intermediary responsible for the fertility of the land and the well-being of his people. By controlling the water, he was quite literally performing this divine function. The vast reservoirs were not just practical, they were symbolic oceans, and the temple mountains at the center of the city, like Angkor Wat and the Bayon, represented Mount Meru, the sacred center of the Hindu and Buddhist universe. The moats surrounding these temples were not for defense. They were symbolic oceans separating the divine realm from the mortal one. The entire urban layout was a massive, three-dimensional mandala, a cosmological diagram in stone and water designed to maintain the cosmic order. The king's ability to provide water proved his divine mandate, and the temple infrastructure, funded by the agricultural surplus this water created, was the physical proof of that covenant. This immense wealth and centralized control allowed for investments in public welfare that were extraordinary for their time. Angkor was connected by a sophisticated road network that included raised causeways, allowing for travel even during the wet season. More impressively, the empire built 102 hospitals, or aragiazola, as attested by stone inscriptions. These were not simple clinics. They were substantial complexes with staff, gardens, and dedicated reservoirs spread throughout the empire and funded by the state. This represents one of the earliest and most comprehensive attempts at providing state-sponsored healthcare, a testament to the administrative capacity and humanitarian vision of the Khmer state, all made possible by the agricultural surplus generated by their hydraulic system. Yet, for all its grandeur, the story of Angkor also contains a cautionary tale about the unintended consequences of even the most advanced engineering. The very system that sustained the city for centuries may have ultimately contributed to its gradual decline. Recent archaeological studies using LiDAR technology have revealed that the urban sprawl was even more extensive than previously thought, with low-density settlement pushing deep into the surrounding forests. This large-scale deforestation likely triggered severe ecological problems. Soil erosion from denuded hillsides would have silted up the intricate canals and reservoirs, reducing their capacity and efficiency right at the time when the climate began to shift. Paleoclimatic data suggests the region was hit by a series of prolonged droughts in the 14th and 15th centuries, followed by intense monsoon rains. A weakened, silted hydraulic system would have been catastrophically vulnerable to these extremes, unable to store enough water during the droughts, and then unable to manage the destructive floods that followed. The delicate balance between nature and engineering, which had sustained Angkor for 5 centuries, was broken, leading to a slow unraveling of the urban core. Angkor's legacy is thus a profound duality. It stands as the ultimate example of a city that fully integrated ecology, religion, and administration into a single, glorious vision. Yet its decline reminds us that no human system, no matter how brilliant, is immune to the limits of the natural environment it depends upon. While the hydraulic metropolis of Angkor drew its power from a symbiotic relationship with the monsoon, a new urban ideal was taking shape under the desert sun of Mesopotamia, one that would draw its strength not from water, but from the limitless potential of the human mind. In 762 CE, the Abbasid Caliph Al-Mansur embarked on a project of breathtaking ambition: to build a capital that would be the undisputed center of the world, a perfect physical manifestation of imperial power and cosmic harmony. The result was Baghdad, originally named Madinat al-Salam, the City of Peace, and its revolutionary design was a declaration of a new world order. Unlike the sprawling, organic growth of older cities, Baghdad was conceived as a perfect circle nearly 2 kilometers in diameter, a geometric marvel that stunned contemporaries and remains one of the most iconic urban plans in history. This circular form was far more than an architectural whim. It was a profound philosophical and political statement. The city was composed of 3 concentric rings of formidable walls, each pierced by 4 gates that pointed toward the 4 cardinal directions. Radiating from the very center of the city, where the magnificent green dome of the Caliph's palace and the adjacent Great Mosque stood, were straight avenues that sliced the city into precise segments like pieces of a pie. This layout was a powerful symbol of the Caliph's absolute, divinely sanctioned authority. He sat at the literal and figurative center of the universe, with all roads of administration, commerce, and knowledge leading directly to his seat of power. The 4 gates, named for the distant corners of the empire Kufa, Basra, Khurasan, and Damascus, symbolized Baghdad's role as the nexus of a vast, unified Islamic world, drawing people and ideas from every direction into its orderly, harmonious embrace. But if the city's form was designed to project imperial control, its true, enduring legacy was forged in an institution that became a beacon for the entire world, the Beit al-Hikmah, or House of Wisdom. This was not merely a library, it was the world's first major state-funded research institute, an intellectual engine room that drove a revolution in human knowledge. Under the patronage of caliphs like Harun al-Rashid and al-Mamun, the House of Wisdom launched a project of breathtaking scope and importance, the translation movement. Teams of Muslim, Christian, Jewish, and Zoroastrian scholars were commissioned to seek out, translate, and critically analyze the entire corpus of the world's knowledge. They pored over ancient Greek texts by Plato, Aristotle, Euclid, and Galen, which had been preserved in Byzantine monasteries but were largely forgotten in the West. They studied the advanced mathematics and astronomy of India, adopting the life-changing concept of zero. They absorbed the medical and administrative wisdom of Persia. This was not passive collection, it was active, passionate scholarship. The translators didn't just copy texts, they questioned, debated, corrected, and built upon them. The scholar Al-Khwarizmi, working in Baghdad, synthesized Indian and Greek mathematics to pioneer algebra, a word derived from the title of his book, Al-Kitab al-Mukhtasar fi Hisab al-Jabr wal Muqabala. His name itself gave us the word algorithm. In the city's observatories, astronomers refined the geocentric model of the universe with painstakingly accurate observations that would guide navigators for centuries. Physicians like Al-Razi wrote exhaustive medical encyclopedias that became standard texts in European universities for half a millennium. This unparalleled flowering of science, philosophy, and medicine was made possible by a culture that valued merit and inquiry above all else, creating a golden age of intellectual exchange that literally relit the lamps of learning and passed them back to a world that had grown dark. This immense intellectual energy was fueled by the city's incredible economic and social vitality. Baghdad's strategic location between the Tigris and Euphrates rivers placed it at the crossroads of global trade routes linking China, India, the Byzantine Empire, and the Mediterranean. Its bustling souks were filled with a cacophony of languages and a dizzying array of goods: Chinese silks, African ivory, Indian spices, and Scandinavian furs. The wealth generated by this commerce funded not only the House of Wisdom, but also a host of public amenities that made urban life remarkably comfortable. The city was famed for its numerous public baths, which served as social hubs, and its sophisticated hospitals, which offered free medical care to all citizens. This diverse, cosmopolitan population of Arabs, Persians, Turks, Africans, and Europeans lived in residential quarters that reflected another key innovation of Islamic urban planning: privacy. Homes were typically built with blank, windowless outer walls facing the streets, their lives turned inward toward private courtyards and gardens, creating a peaceful sanctuary from the bustling public sphere, while fostering a strong sense of family and community life within. For nearly 5 centuries, Baghdad stood as the world's undisputed center of culture, learning, and power, a shining example of how a city's physical design can both reflect and accelerate its intellectual ambitions. Its tragic sack by the Mongols in 1258 CE, an event so devastating it was said the Tigris ran black with the ink of destroyed books and red with the blood of the slain, marked the end of this golden age. Yet, the legacy of the round city could not be so easily erased. Its model of the inward-focused home with a central courtyard became a hallmark of Islamic urban design from Morocco to India. More importantly, the vast body of knowledge it preserved, synthesized, and advanced from algebra and astronomy to medicine and philosophy, would eventually flow into Europe, providing the essential intellectual foundation for the Renaissance. Baghdad's story is a timeless testament to the idea that a city's greatest monument is not its walls or its palaces, but its commitment to the pursuit of knowledge, a lesson that would find a powerful, if completely different, expression in the stone ruins of the African savanna. Far from the circular precision of Baghdad and the watery landscapes of Angkor, an entirely different kind of urban marvel was reaching its zenith in the southern African highlands. Rising from a granite-strewn valley in what is now modern Zimbabwe, the stone city now known as Great Zimbabwe stands as a breathtaking testament to indigenous African innovation, a powerful and sophisticated capital that flourished between the 11th and 15th centuries entirely on its own terms. Its very name, derived from the Shona phrase Dizimba Dizie Mabwe, meaning houses of stone, hints at its most astonishing feature. This was a city built to last, constructed entirely without mortar using a masterful dristone technique that created structures of such durability and scale that they continue to dominate the landscape centuries after their abandonment. The city's monumental heart is the Great Enclosure, a vast ovular wall that remains the largest ancient structure in sub-Saharan Africa after the Egyptian pyramids. This towering perimeter, standing over 30 feet high in places and nearly 20 feet thick at its base, is a masterpiece of engineering and aesthetics. The walls were built using a method called coursed rubble, where thousands of locally quarried granite blocks were carefully selected and shaped to fit together with such precision that they have withstood the test of time, earthquakes, and weather without any binding agent. The most iconic feature within this space is the conical tower, a solid 5-meter-high structure whose purpose remains an enigma. It may have served as a granary symbolizing the king's wealth, a phallic symbol representing royal potency, or a spiritual beacon connecting the earthly and ancestral realms. The entire complex, with its narrow, labyrinthine passageways and high, secluded platforms, suggests a space reserved for the elite, perhaps for royal ceremonies, private rituals, or the seclusion of the king's wives. The sophistication of this architecture, achieved without written blueprints, metal tools, or influence from distant building traditions, shatters long-held colonial myths that such complex stonework was beyond the capability of pre-colonial African societies. This architectural grandeur was not for show. It was the physical manifestation of immense economic power. Great Zimbabwe was the capital of a vast trading empire that controlled the flow of gold and ivory from the resource-rich interior of southern Africa to the bustling Swahili city-states on the Indian Ocean coast, such as Kilwa and Sofala. The city's strategic location was no accident. It sat astride the trade routes that connected the gold fields of the Zimbabwean plateau with the coast. Here, goods were consolidated and managed. Arab and Swahili merchants would bring coveted trade items inland: glazed Persian pottery, colorful Indian glass beads, Chinese celadon dishes, and fine textiles. In exchange, they received the gold that would eventually find its way into the coinage of sultans and the treasuries of distant kingdoms. This exchange transformed Great Zimbabwe into a cosmopolitan hub of incredible wealth, a fact confirmed by the staggering quantity of these imported luxury goods found in the archaeological record, concentrated in the elite quarters of the city. The urban layout of Great Zimbabwe itself clearly reflects this prosperous hierarchical society. The city is divided into 3 main areas, each serving a distinct social class. At the highest point on a steep granite hill sits the hill complex. This heavily fortified area, with its narrow, easily defensible entrances, is believed to have been the spiritual center and perhaps the residence of the king and the royal court. Below it, in the valley, lies the great enclosure, the spectacular walled space likely reserved for the elite nobles, senior officials, and religious figures. Surrounding these 2 core areas are the valley ruins, the remains of numerous smaller, simpler drystone walls that would have formed the foundations for the mud brick and thatch homes of the commoners, the artisans, farmers, and laborers who formed the backbone of the city's economy. This clear zoning reveals a society with a well-defined social structure, where status was visibly expressed through one's proximity to the sacred and political centers of power. The city's eventual decline and abandonment around the 15th century remains a subject of debate among historians. The most plausible theories point to a combination of environmental and economic factors. A prolonged drought may have strained the agricultural base that supported the urban population, while the overexploitation of local resources like timber and game could have led to ecological degradation. Simultaneously, shifts in international trade routes may have bypassed Great Zimbabwe, diverting its lifeblood of commerce to other emerging centers. Whatever the precise cause, the city was left to the elements, but its legacy was never forgotten. For centuries, it remained a powerful symbol of past greatness in local oral traditions, a place spoken of with reverence. Its modern rediscovery and subsequent study have firmly established it as a preeminent icon of African cultural achievement. a stunning example of how a powerful urban center can arise organically from regional trade networks, showcasing a unique blend of political authority, spiritual belief, and brilliant, locally developed engineering that stands entirely independent of any external influence. While the stone walls of Great Zimbabwe spoke of earthly power and control over trade, a different kind of influence was being cultivated over 2,000 miles to the north in the shifting sands of the Sahara. Here, where the sun bleaches the sky and the horizon shimmers with heat, the city of Timbuktu performed a miracle of a different sort. It did not conquer its environment with massive stone walls or hydraulic systems. Instead, it learned to thrive within the desert's harsh embrace, transforming itself from a simple seasonal Tuareg camp into the most renowned scholarly oasis the world has ever known, a beacon of intellectual light that drew the finest minds from across Africa and the Middle East between the 12th and 16th centuries. The city's very architecture was a lesson in elegant adaptation. In a land where wood is scarce and the sun is relentless, Timbuktu's builders mastered the use of sun-baked mud bricks or adobe and the resilient trunks of the down palm. The city's iconic mosques Jingraba, Angkor, and Sidi Yahya rise from the flat landscape like magnificent sandcastles, their facades studded with rows of protruding wooden beams. These are not merely decorative, they are permanent scaffolding, allowing skilled masons to climb up and replaster the buildings with fresh mud after each rare rainfall or during annual community maintenance rituals. This process of continuous renewal, using materials provided by the desert itself, has kept these structures standing for centuries. The minarets, low and broad to avoid collapse, seem to grow organically from the earth, a perfect fusion of human intention and environmental necessity, creating a skyline that was both humble and breathtakingly sophisticated. But the true treasure of Timbuktu was not stored in its buildings. It was stored in the minds of its people and the pages of their books. The city became the Oxford of the medieval Sahel, home to the University of Angkor and other madrasas that formed a loosely connected but immensely powerful intellectual confederation. This was not a single, centralized campus but a constellation of independent schools, each clustered around a master scholar. Learning was intimate, often taking place in open courtyards or the private libraries of teachers, where students would sit on mats in a circle for rigorous instruction. The curriculum of the Timbuktu University was vast and comprehensive, covering astronomy, mathematics, medicine, philosophy, and law, but it was all grounded in a deep study of the Quran and Islamic jurisprudence. What made Timbuktu unique was the blend of classical Islamic knowledge from Cairo and Baghdad with local African thought and practical knowledge of trans-Saharan trade, medicine, and history. This explosion of scholarship created an economy that was as much about ideas as it was about goods. While the city's wealth was famously built on the trade of salt from the north and gold from the south, an exchange so proverbial that it was said salt was worth its weight in gold, the most prized commodity for its elite was the book. Timbuktu developed a thriving, sophisticated book trade. Copyists, illustrators, and bookbinders formed a respected and lucrative profession, producing exquisite manuscripts that were themselves objects of wealth, often exchanged as prized gifts or offered as dowries. The city's libraries, both great and small, became the heart of urban life. These were not quiet, hushed halls but vibrant centers of intellectual commerce where scholars debated, issued legal rulings, and preserved knowledge. Families took immense pride in their private collections, which were passed down through generations, with some libraries amassing thousands of volumes. These manuscripts, written in elegant Arabic script but often in local African languages like Songhai and Tamashek, covered an astonishing range of topics, from astrological charts and medical treatises detailing surgical procedures to poetic love letters and peace treaties between nomadic tribes. This golden age of unparalleled intellectual freedom and prosperity could not last forever. The city's decline began at the very end of the 16th century when a Moroccan invasion, armed with European muskets, crossed the Sahara and conquered the Songhai Empire. The new rulers, eager to control the lucrative gold trade, exiled many of Timbuktu's most prominent scholars to Marrakesh, effectively decapitating the city's intellectual leadership. While a tradition of learning persisted, the environment of open inquiry and innovation was stifled under foreign occupation, and the shifting of Atlantic trade routes further marginalized Timbuktu's economic importance. Yet its legacy was never extinguished. For centuries, families secretly guarded their precious manuscript libraries, hiding them in chests, burying them in desert caves, and passing down the duty of preservation from father to son. This clandestine act of defiance ensured that over 400,000 manuscripts survived, a testament to the unwavering belief that knowledge itself was the most valuable inheritance. Timbuktu's story proves that a city's greatness is not measured by its military might or its population size, but by the depth of its ideas and the courage of its citizens to protect them, a lesson that echoes from the silent depths of the desert across the centuries. If the circular perfection of Baghdad represented a celestial vision drawn in the sand, and the hydraulic genius of Angkor a cosmology carved from the jungle, then the city of Chang'an achieved something different yet equally profound. It became a living, breathing diagram of cosmic order and human harmony on an unprecedented scale. As the glittering capital of China's Tang dynasty from the 7th to the 10th centuries, Chang'an wasn't just the largest city on Earth, with a population soaring well over 1 million souls. It was a monumental act of philosophy rendered in wood, stone, and earth, a place where every street, every wall, and every gate was imbued with a deeper meaning that shaped the very rhythm of life itself. The first thing that would strike any visitor, whether a dusty merchant from the Silk Road or a foreign ambassador from Korea, was the city's breathtaking sense of immense, disciplined order. Chang'an was laid out on a near-perfect rectangular grid, a colossal chessboard measuring 6 miles by 5, oriented with precise alignment to the cardinal directions. This was no mere aesthetic choice. It was a direct reflection of the ancient Chinese belief that the earthly realm should mirror the perfect, unchanging order of the heavens. The emperor, known as the Son of Heaven, resided in his majestic palace complex at the northern center of the city, symbolically facing south to receive the nourishing energy of the sun and to look out over his domain, just as the pole star sat fixed and unchanging in the northern sky, around which all other stars revolved. The city's main thoroughfare, the magnificent Vermilion Bird Avenue, was an astonishing 150 meters wide, wider than a modern 16-lane highway, and ran like a perfect spine from the main southern gate all the way to the imperial administrative city. Processions along this avenue were not just displays of power. They were ritual performances that reinforced the celestial hierarchy connecting the emperor to the cosmos. This grand external symmetry was matched by an intricate internal system of control and security that governed the lives of every one of the city's million inhabitants. Chang'an was subdivided into over 110 walled and gated rectangular wards, along with 2 vast, bustling market districts. Each ward was essentially a city within a city, enclosed by its own high walls, with gates that were locked each night at curfew by drum signal and reopened at dawn. This ingenious ward system served multiple purposes. It was a powerful tool for social control, preventing large-scale gatherings and potential unrest, and it allowed for a clear, Confucian-inspired zoning of the population. Specific wards were designated for aristocrats, government officials, foreign merchants, and commoners, creating a visible map of the social hierarchy. Yet within these walled enclaves, a vibrant community life flourished. The wards contained their own Buddhist monasteries and Taoist temples, their own small markets, inns, and the workshops of artisans. This created a unique urban experience, a city of immense scale that felt intimate and manageable at the neighborhood level, a place where one could experience both the grand spectacle of imperial power and the close-knit comfort of a small community. The real pulse of global connection, however, beat within the city's two official marketplaces, the East Market and the even larger West Market. These were not simple bazaars, they were the commercial hearts of the entire Silk Road, humming with a cacophony of languages and a dizzying array of goods that linked the known world. In the West Market, you could find Persian silverware, Central Asian jade, Indian pepper, and Mediterranean glassware being traded by Sogdian merchants from Samarkand. Syrian astrologers, Tibetan horsemen, and Uyghur money lenders all rubbed shoulders in its crowded lanes. The Tang government, in its characteristic style of organized control, managed these markets with meticulous precision. Officials set standard weights and measures, inspected the quality of goods, and even regulated prices to ensure fairness. This was commerce as a state-supervised ritual, ensuring that the immense wealth flowing into the city served to stabilize the empire rather than create chaotic inequality. The markets were also centers of cultural fusion, where foreign religions like Zoroastrianism, Nestorian Christianity, and Islam established their first temples and mosques in China, adding their own unique threads to the rich tapestry of Tang culture. This carefully managed prosperity and stability provided the fertile ground for a cultural golden age that still defines Chinese civilization. Chang'an was the undisputed literary capital of the world, home to the two of China's most celebrated poets, Lai Bai and Du Fu. Lai Bai wrote his ecstatic, wine-soaked verses celebrating the city's beauty and the melancholy of travel, while Du Fu penned his more sober, socially conscious poetry reflecting on the human cost of imperial grandeur. Artists painted majestic landscapes on silk scrolls, and musicians performed with instruments imported from across Asia in the city's lavish entertainment districts. This incredible cultural output was a direct product of the city's unique combination of rigid order and dynamic international exchange. The Confucian ideal of harmony was not about stifling creativity, but about creating a stable framework within which art, literature, and philosophy could flourish in a civilized manner. The city's very design, from the placement of its parks to the orientation of its temples, was intended to cultivate a sense of balance and refinement in its citizens. The influence of this perfectly planned capital radiated far beyond China's borders, setting the standard for urban excellence across East Asia. When Japanese ambassadors visited Chang'an during the Tang dynasty, they were so awestruck by its perfection that they used it as the direct model for their own new capital, Heian Kyo, which we know today as Kyoto. The same grid pattern, the same ward system, and the same symbolic northern placement of the imperial palace were meticulously replicated. The Korean capital of Gyeongju and the Balhae Kingdom's capital also drew heavy inspiration from the Chang'an model. This was not mere imitation, it was an acknowledgement that Chang'an represented the pinnacle of how to build a civilized, orderly, and prosperous society. The city's legacy is a powerful testament to the idea that urban planning is at its most successful when it is more than just an engineering manual, when it is a physical expression of a society's deepest philosophical and spiritual values, creating a space that is at once perfectly ordered and vibrantly alive. This seamless integration of the cosmic and the everyday stands in fascinating contrast to the way another great civilization, on the opposite side of the world, wove its own understanding of the universe into the very fabric of its jungle cities. Emerging from the dense emerald canopy of the Guatemalan rainforest, the ancient Maya city of Tikal was a symphony of stone and spirit, a metropolis that didn't conquer the jungle but learned to sing in harmony with it. At its peak between 200 and 900 CE, this was one of the most powerful and populous cities in the entire Maya world, a sprawling urban center that was home to perhaps 100,000 people. What makes Tikal so extraordinary is not just its scale, but its setting. Unlike the open plains of Mesopotamia or the desert wadis of Petra, Tikal's architects and engineers had to contend with a relentless tropical environment, a place of torrential rains, thick jungle, and fragile soils. Their solution was to weave their city into the very fabric of the forest, creating an urban ecosystem that was as sustainable as it was spectacular. The city's heart was its grand ceremonial precinct, a vast plaza dominated by the towering temple of the Great Jaguar Temple I and the Temple of the Masks Temple Roman II, which face each other like silent stone giants across a great public space. These pyramids were far more than impressive monuments. They were meticulously calibrated astronomical instruments. The Maya were master sky watchers, and the alignment of Tikal's temples, palaces, and ball courts was precisely calculated to mark the solstices, equinoxes, and the movements of Venus. During these celestial events, shadows would crawl across temple steps in specific patterns, or structures would frame the rising sun, turning the entire city center into a colossal calendar and a stage for rituals that ensured the cosmic order and the renewal of agricultural cycles. This sacred architecture was the core of a vast urban web. Raised stone causeways, known as sakbiob, radiated out from the center like spokes on a wheel, connecting the ceremonial core to outlying residential districts, satellite communities, and the plazas of rival cities, facilitating the movement of people, goods, and ideas across the challenging rainforest terrain. Supporting such a dense population in a tropical environment required a water management system of brilliant ingenuity. The Maya couldn't rely on a single large river like the Nile or the Tigris. Instead, they mastered their landscape by harnessing the seasonal rains. The entire city was built on a series of low ridges, and the Maya sculpted the land into a complex network of reservoirs, canals, and plaster-lined holding tanks that captured rainfall during the months-long wet season. This stored water then sustained the population through the punishing dry season. The main reservoir in the city center, capable of holding millions of gallons, was a public utility that ensured the elite and the commoners alike had access to this vital resource. Furthermore, the Maya practiced sophisticated agroforestry, cultivating shaded garden plots around their homes and managing the surrounding jungle to encourage useful trees and plants, creating a sustainable food source that supplemented maize agriculture from more distant fields. The story of Tikal is also written on its many stone stelae, all carved monuments that recorded the deeds of its powerful rulers, known as Kayuhul Ajor or Holy Lords. These stelae show proud figures adorned with elaborate headdresses of jade and quetzal feathers, standing over captives from rival city-states like Calakmul, Tikal's great nemesis. The history of the city is a dramatic saga of shifting alliances, fierce warfare, and periods of both dominance and subjugation. Yet the stelae also record more peaceful endeavors, such as the ascension of a new king, the celebration of a calendar cycle, or diplomatic marriages that secured powerful allies. This evidence reveals a complex society with a rich intellectual life, boasting advanced mathematics, including the concept of zero, and a complex hieroglyphic writing system that recorded their history, astronomy, and mythology. Despite its brilliance and power, Tikal, along with the other great classic Maya cities, experienced a profound collapse between the 8th and 9th centuries. The once bustling plazas fell silent, the temples were reclaimed by the jungle, and the population plummeted. The causes were not a single catastrophe, but a perfect storm of interconnected crises. Paleoclimatic data from lake sediments shows evidence of a series of severe, multi-decade droughts that would have crippled agriculture and emptied the crucial reservoirs. This environmental stress was exacerbated by centuries of deforestation, as trees were cleared for agriculture and to make plaster for their buildings, which may have reduced local rainfall through a process called evapotranspiration. Furthermore, constant warfare drained resources and destabilized the political order, breaking the sacred covenant between the people and their rulers, who could no longer intercede with the gods to bring rain. Tikal's story is a powerful, poignant lesson in resilience and fragility. It demonstrates humanity's incredible capacity to adapt and thrive in even the most challenging environments through intelligent design and a deep understanding of nature. Yet, its decline serves as a timeless warning about the dangers of pushing an ecosystem beyond its limits, a lesson in sustainability written in stone and swallowed by the relentless jungle. While the Maya of Tikal mastered the art of integrating with a dense jungle, an entirely different kind of environmental challenge was being met on the other side of the world, in the shallow, shifting waters of a coastal lagoon. Here, a group of refugees performed what might be the most audacious act of urban defiance in human history. They decided to build a city not on solid ground, but on a treacherous, waterlogged marsh, defying geography itself to create a haven of safety. The origins of Venice are not found in grand imperial decrees, but in the desperate flight of people from the Venetian mainland during the chaotic waves of barbarian invasions in the 5th and 6th centuries. These early settlers, seeking refuge from Attila the Hun and other invaders, fled to the isolated islands of the lagoon, a place no sane army would bother to pursue them into. They found not a home but a sanctuary of mudflats, tidal channels, and unstable sandbanks. Their first act of genius was to see not what the land was, but what it could become, a fortress without walls where the sea itself was their primary defender. Building on this unstable foundation required an engineering miracle that began literally out of sight. To create solid ground, the Venetians drove thousands upon thousands of wooden piles primarily made from water-resistant alder wood, deep into the compacted clay and silt of the lagoon floor. These piles were hammered in so tightly that they created a dense forest beneath the waterline. On top of this submerged grid, they laid horizontal planks of Istrian stone, a particularly dense limestone that resists erosion from salt water. This created a stable platform upon which they could finally build their brick and stone structures. This foundational system is not merely historical trivia, it is the very reason Venice stands today. The constant flow of oxygen-poor water around the piles petrifies the wood over centuries, turning it into a stone-like substance that continues to support the immense weight of palazzos and churches. This incredible feat of foresight and engineering is the city's deepest, most hidden secret, the invisible bedrock upon which every glorious monument rests, a testament to a society that understood how to work with nature's constraints rather than simply conquer them. This unique birth shaped every aspect of Venetian life and governance, giving rise to a political entity as unique as its urban fabric, the most serene republic. Unlike the monarchies and empires that dominated medieval Europe, Venice developed a complex, stable republican system designed to balance power among its wealthy merchant aristocracy and prevent any single individual from seizing control. The Doge, while the ceremonial head of state, was elected for life but had his power severely checked by a labyrinthine system of councils, committees, and senators. This political stability was the cornerstone of its economic miracle. Free from the constant internal power struggles that plagued mainland city-states, Venetian merchants could plan long-term, building a vast maritime empire that stretched across the Mediterranean and into the Black Sea. Its galleys and great merchant cogs became the vital link between East and West, carrying spices, silks, and luxury goods from Byzantium and the Islamic world to a Europe hungry for them. The Rialto Bridge area became the Wall Street of its day, with merchants and bankers from across the continent gathering to negotiate contracts, purchase shares in trading voyages, and set prices for commodities in a dizzying, multicultural bustle of commerce. The wealth generated by this trade is visibly etched into the city's stunning architectural tapestry, which tells a story of cultural absorption and confident display. Walking through Venice is like moving through a living museum of architectural fusion. The profound connection to Byzantium is immediately visible in the stunning mosaics that cover the interior of the Basilica of San Marco, glowing with gold and telling sacred stories in a distinctly Eastern style. Yet, the structure itself evolved over centuries, with Gothic arches and Renaissance facades added later, creating a harmonious blend that is uniquely Venetian. This synthesis continues in the grand palazzos that line the Grand Canal. Their distinct Venetian Gothic style, with pointed arches, intricate tracery, and brightly colored facades, reflects a city confident enough to take influences from abroad and remake them into something entirely its own. The city's layout, a seemingly chaotic maze of narrow alleyways and waterways to the untrained eye, was in fact perfectly logical. It was designed not for carts or carriages, which are entirely absent, but for boats and foot traffic, prioritizing the efficient movement of goods from the docks to the warehouses and the secure, defensible circulation of people within a network of islands. Nowhere was this marriage of industrial innovation and maritime power more concentrated than in the Arsenal, the heart of Venice's military and economic might. This massive, walled shipyard was the largest industrial complex in Europe before the Industrial Revolution. At its peak, it employed 16,000 workers, known as arsenalotti, who perfected a form of mass production centuries before Henry Ford. Using standardized, prefabricated parts, they could assemble a complete, fully armed galley in a matter of hours. The production line was so efficient that during the height of a conflict with Genoa, the shipyard reportedly launched a completely fitted warship in the time it took a visiting dignitary to eat a meal. This ability to rapidly build and maintain a powerful navy was the iron fist inside the velvet glove of Venetian diplomacy, protecting its trade routes, projecting its power, and ensuring its independence for 1,000 years. Venice's story is the ultimate lesson in urban resilience. It proves that a city's greatest strength is not its location or its resources, but the ingenuity and adaptable spirit of its people. By embracing its geographical constraints instead of fighting them, Venice turned a defensive refuge into a commercial and cultural superpower, a floating masterpiece born from necessity and forged by human creativity. This ability to adapt a city's very form to an extreme environment finds a powerful and unexpected parallel high in the South American Andes, where an entirely different empire mastered the art of building with the land, not against it. High in the thin air of the Andes, where the mountains themselves seemed to touch the heavens, the Inca conceived their capital not as a city imposed upon the land, but as a living, breathing extension of it. Cusco was far more than a political center. It was the sacred Tawantinsuyu, the navel of the world, the spiritual and cosmological anchor for the largest empire in the ancient Americas. Its design was a profound act of symbolic architecture, laid out in the unmistakable shape of a puma, a powerful predator revered for its strength and cunning. The feline's head was the formidable fortress of Sacsayhuaman, its terraced walls forming the jagged teeth, while the convergence of the Tolumayo and Safi rivers outlined its sleek body, and the great plaza of Huacapata marked its tail. This was not a vague resemblance but a deliberate, sacred blueprint, transforming the entire urban landscape into a giant effigy of a sacred animal, a constant reminder that the city was a living entity intertwined with the natural and spiritual worlds. The physical manifestation of this belief is most stunningly evident in the Inca's revolutionary stonework. At sites like Sacsayhuaman, Coricancha, and along the city's foundational walls, they perfected a technique that continues to baffle engineers today: polygonal masonry. Instead of using uniformly cut rectangular blocks, the Inca stonemasons selected irregularly shaped stones of granite and andesite, some weighing over 100 tons, and painstakingly shaped them to fit together like an immense three-dimensional jigsaw puzzle. Without the use of iron tools, mortar, or the wheel, they achieved seams so perfectly tight that not even a razor blade can be inserted between them. This was not merely for aesthetic show. This ingenious construction method was born of brilliant seismic engineering. When the earthquakes that frequently shake the Andes rumble through the valley, these interlocking stones dance and settle as a single, flexible unit before locking back into place, whereas rigid, mortared walls would shatter and collapse. The Inca built not just for the present but for the eternal, creating structures that would endure the test of time and tectonics. From this sacred navel, the lifeblood of the empire flowed along the Quhapacñan, the Royal Road. This was not a single path but a vast network of highways stretching over 25,000 miles, from the modern-day borders of Colombia down into Chile and Argentina. These roads were masterpieces of pragmatic engineering, traversing some of the most dramatic and challenging topography on Earth. Builders carved steps into sheer mountain faces, suspended fiber bridges over roaring river gorges, and paved high-altitude paths to ensure they remained passable in all weather. To sustain the constant flow of traffic, runners, troops, llama caravans, and officials, the Inca constructed tambos at strategic intervals, roughly a day's journey apart. These way stations were more than simple inns. They were state-controlled complexes offering shelter, supplies, and storage for the empire's immense wealth of goods. From maize and potatoes to textiles and quippers, the intricate knotted string devices used for record-keeping. This system turned a geographically fractured empire into a tightly connected, efficiently administered whole. Within the city itself, life pulsed around vast open plazas like Huacapata, the stage for the elaborate ceremonies that defined Inca existence. Here, under the watchful gaze of the Sapa Inca, the divine ruler, the community would gather for rituals that reinforced the social and cosmic order. The most important of these was the system of mita, a form of reciprocal labor tax. Instead of paying tribute in goods or currency, every household contributed labor to state projects, building terraces, maintaining roads, or working on temple construction. In return, the state provided security, hosted feasts during festivals, and ensured no one went hungry from its storehouses. This reciprocity was the glue of Inca society, a mutual obligation that bound the people to the state and to each other, ensuring that the immense public works that defined their civilization were a collective achievement. This urban life was sustained by another breathtaking feat of landscape engineering visible on the mountainsides surrounding Cusco, the Andes, or agricultural terraces. These were not simple steps cut into the hills, they were complex multi-layered systems. Builders constructed stone retaining walls, backfilled them with gravel for drainage, and then added layers of topsoil carried up from the valley floor. This allowed them to create microclimates on a single mountainside, growing a diverse range of crops at different altitudes. More than just expanding arable land, the terraces prevented catastrophic erosion, managed water runoff from the high peaks, and transformed the very mountains into productive, sculpted landscapes that fed the empire. The city and its surrounding agriculture were a single, integrated organism, a perfect harmony of human need and environmental form. The Spanish conquest of the 1530s sought to dismantle this world, literally building their colonial churches and palaces atop the indestructible foundations of Inca temples. The Coricancha, the Temple of the Sun sheathed in gold, became the base for the Church of Santo Domingo. Yet, the Inca foundations refused to yield. Time and again, earthquakes have toppled the Spanish colonial structures above, only to reveal the flawless, unmoved Inca stonework below, a powerful, silent metaphor for indigenous resilience. Modern Cusco is a palimpsest, a city of layers where the past is not erased but forms the unshakable groundwork for the present. This enduring legacy demonstrates that the most powerful urban design does not seek to dominate nature, but to engage in a sacred dialogue with it, weaving the physical, social, and spiritual into a single, inseparable whole, a lesson carved into the very stones of the Andes. While the stone cities of the Andes and the floating Republic of Venice mastered the art of integrating with their natural environments, a different kind of urban revolution was brewing in the fertile valley of the Arno River, one that would use stone, brick, and bronze not to defy nature or defend against invaders, but to celebrate the limitless potential of the human spirit itself. Though its golden age came centuries after the fall of Rome, Florence in the 15th century stands as a brilliant capstone to our journey through ancient urbanism because it represents the moment a city consciously reached back into the classical past to forge a new future, proving that urban revival is always possible through a powerful fusion of economic vitality, civic pride, and audacious artistic vision. The city's physical transformation was anchored by a single, seemingly impossible engineering marvel that forever changed its skyline and its self-confidence, the dome of the Santa Maria del Fiore Cathedral. For decades, the cathedral had stood with a massive hole in its roof, a gaping void that dared anyone to cover it. The proposed span was too wide for conventional wooden scaffolding. Enter Filippo Brunelleschi, a goldsmith and architect with a revolutionary mind. He looked not to medieval building manuals but to the Pantheon in Rome, studying how the ancients had built their vast, unsupported dome. But he didn't simply imitate, he innovated. His solution was a genius double-shell design with an inner and outer dome supporting each other, all held together by a hidden system of stone chains, iron reinforcements, and a herringbone brick pattern that distributed weight perfectly as the structure rose. Using ox-powered hoists of his own invention to lift materials hundreds of feet into the air, he completed the dome without any central supporting framework. This wasn't just a roof, it was a monumental declaration that Florentine ingenuity could achieve what no one else had dared for 1,000 years. It became the ultimate symbol of civic pride, a testament to the belief that human reason and creativity could literally reach the heavens, and it set the tone for a city that saw itself as a new Athens. This breathtaking feat was not funded by a king or an emperor, but by the city's powerful guilds and its extraordinarily wealthy banking families, most famously the Medici. This is the second great Florentine innovation, a new model of urban patronage. The city's economy was driven by the textile guilds, processing fine English wool and dyes from the East into luxurious cloth, and by its bankers who financed popes and kings across Europe. The wealth this generated was staggering, but instead of hoarding it solely in private palaces, these merchants and financiers invested vast sums back into the city itself in a stunning display of civic philanthropy known as Magnificence. They commissioned sculptures for public squares, built hospitals for the poor, and funded the completion of breathtaking churches and libraries. This was partly for the glory of God and partly for the honor of their family name, but it was also a profound investment in the city's cultural capital. They understood that a beautiful, awe-inspiring city attracted more business, more talent, and more prestige, creating a virtuous cycle of wealth and beauty that fed upon itself. The urban landscape became a competitive canvas for rival families to showcase their taste, power, and piety, resulting in an unprecedented concentration of artistic genius. This investment nurtured the very atmosphere that gave birth to the Renaissance. The city's layout, a seemingly chaotic medieval tangle of narrow, shadowy streets, was punctuated by a series of sudden, magnificent open squares, the piazzas. These were the living rooms of Florence, the crucial public spaces where these new ideas were exchanged and displayed. The Piazza della Signoria, fronting the fortress like town hall, was an open-air sculpture gallery where citizens could gather and debate beneath Donatello's defiant Judith and the powerful David by Michelangelo. The Piazza Santo Spirito offered a more neighborhood feel, a community hub centered around its church. This urban design of compressed streets opening into expansive piazzas created a rhythm of intimacy and grandeur, of private life spilling into vibrant public engagement. It was in these squares, in the workshops of artists, and in the palaces of patrons that a new, human-centered world took hold. Artists like Masaccio used linear perspective to create the illusion of depth on a flat surface, placing man at the center of a rational, measurable world. This was a radical shift from the abstract, otherworldly focus of medieval art, and it transformed the city itself into a work of art, a place designed for and celebrating human experience. Florence's ultimate lesson is that a city is not a static relic but a living, breathing entity in a constant state of becoming. It was a city that had suffered the Black Death and periodic political upheaval, yet it consciously chose to reinvent itself by looking backward to classical antiquity to leap forward into a new age. It blended the old with the new, using ancient Roman principles of proportion and engineering to create something utterly fresh and modern. This urban revival, springing from a powerful cocktail of commercial wealth, civic competition, and fearless creativity, would become the model for cities across Europe for centuries to come. Florence reminds us that the greatest urban innovations are not always about scale or technology, but about fostering an environment where art, commerce, and community can intersect to unleash the human potential for beauty and reason, a truth that was understood just as well, though expressed with very different flair, in the lavish, pleasure-loving cities of the ancient Hellenistic world. If the planned perfection of Alexandria and the imperial might of Rome represent one model of urban power, then Antioch offers a dazzling, chaotic, and utterly seductive alternative. Founded by one of Alexander the Great's successor generals, Seleucus I, in 300 BCE, this city was designed from the ground up not just as a capital, but as a statement of Hellenistic luxury and cultural fusion. Nestled strategically on the banks of the Orontes River in what is now modern Turkey, Antioch's location was its genius. It sat at the very nexus of major trade routes connecting the Mediterranean world with the vast riches of Persia, Mesopotamia, and the Silk Road beyond. This wasn't just a convenient spot for a market, it was the ultimate crossroads, a place where continents and cultures collided, and in that collision, created something entirely new and thrillingly modern. The city's physical beauty was legendary, a deliberate attempt to recreate the grandeur of Athens and the splendor of Alexandria. Its main street, over 4 miles long, was famously colonnaded on both sides, providing shade for citizens as they strolled past shops, temples, and grand public buildings. This wasn't merely a practical boulevard, it was a stage for seeing and being seen, a monumental promenade that spoke of wealth and cosmopolitan taste. Beyond the colonnades lay lush pleasure gardens, sprawling public baths fed by sophisticated aqueducts, and villas boasting some of the most magnificent mosaic floors ever discovered from the ancient world. These mosaics are a snapshot of Antioch's soul. They don't just depict standard Greek myths, they are a vibrant visual mix showing scenes from local Syriac life, Persian-inspired geometric patterns, and eventually early Christian symbolism, all executed with a technical brilliance that rivaled any workshop in the empire. This commitment to comfort and aesthetic pleasure made Antioch famous as a city where life was lived to the fullest, a place renowned for its lively theater, its chariot races, and a general atmosphere of luxurious leisure that would later be enthusiastically adopted and amplified by its Roman conquerors. But Antioch's true, enduring legacy was not in its stones or its silks, but in the incredible human alchemy that its crossroads location made possible. This was perhaps the ancient world's most successful experiment in multiculturalism. A citizen of Antioch could start their day listening to a Greek philosopher lecture in the agora, buy spices from a Persian merchant in the afternoon, and in the evening, attend a ritual at a local temple dedicated to a syncretic blend of Greek and Near Eastern deities. The city became a fertile ground for new religious ideas. It was here that the followers of Jesus of Nazareth were first mockingly called Christians, a label that stuck as their movement grew from a small Jewish sect into a major world religion. Antioch's large Jewish population, its Greek philosophical traditions, and its constant influx of Eastern mystical ideas created a unique intellectual broth in which Christian theology could simmer, develop, and ultimately define itself. The city's open, hybrid nature made it the perfect incubator for such a revolutionary faith, demonstrating how urban centers, through their very diversity, can become powerful engines for spiritual and intellectual innovation. This vibrant tapestry, however, was woven with fragile threads. Antioch's glory was perpetually shadowed by a profound vulnerability. Its location on major fault lines made it a repeated victim of devastating earthquakes, each one requiring a massive and costly rebuilding effort that slowly drained its resources. Furthermore, its very wealth and strategic position made it a coveted prize for every rising power. The city suffered through numerous brutal sacks by the Persians, by Byzantine emperors, and finally by a series of Islamic armies. Each invasion shattered the delicate balance of cultures, driving away merchants and scholars, and destroying the monuments that had defined its identity. The slow-motion tragedy of Antioch's decline is a stark reminder that no amount of cosmopolitan brilliance or economic power can inoculate a city against the relentless forces of geology and geopolitics. Its greatness was ultimately as fragile as the glassware it traded, and its ruins stand as a poignant lesson on the impermanence of even the most dazzling urban achievements. While the intellectual fervor of Timbuktu was preserved on precious manuscripts, and the cosmic order of Chang'an was etched into a perfect grid, the city of Susa offers a different kind of legacy, one written not on papyrus or in city plans, but in the clay of countless administrative tablets. Nestled in the foothills of the Zagros Mountains in what is now southwestern Iran, Susa is a lesson in endurance, an urban chameleon that served as a capital for a staggering succession of empires over thousands of years. Its story isn't defined by a single golden age, but by its remarkable, almost bureaucratic ability to adapt and remain indispensable. transforming itself from an independent Elamite powerhouse to a vital cog in the vast machinery of the Persian Empire. Its true monument was not a temple or a tomb, but its immense and meticulously organized archive. The city's unparalleled longevity is a direct result of its incredibly strategic location. Susa sat at the crossroads of the ancient world, a natural gateway connecting the high Iranian plateau with the fertile alluvial plains of Mesopotamia. This made it a coveted prize and a perfect administrative center. Control Susa, and you controlled the routes along which flowed lapis lazuli from Afghanistan, tin from the east, timber from the north, and the immense agricultural wealth of the Tigris and Euphrates valleys. Every conquering army, from the Akkadians and the Babylonians to the Assyrians and finally the Persians, recognized this same strategic truth. Rather than razing it to the ground, they each chose to co-opt it, to build upon its existing foundations and make it their own. The city's physical structure reflects this layered history like a geological dig. At its heart stood a massive, fortified citadel perched on a natural acropolis, a place of refuge and royal power for every successive ruler. Spread out below were the sprawling lower towns, home to artisans, merchants, and a multilingual population that shifted with the political winds, their dwellings rebuilt and remodeled over centuries of changing ownership. This spirit of pragmatic adaptation reached its zenith under the Persian king Darius the Great in the 6th century BCE. He chose Susa as one of the 4 key administrative capitals of his empire, alongside the more ceremonial Persepolis. But his vision for Susa was distinctly practical. He constructed a magnificent palace complex, but its purpose was less about awe and more about efficiency. A foundation inscription left by Darius boasts not of military victories, but of the international effort behind the construction, naming the Ionian stonemasons, Babylonian brickmakers, and Median goldsmiths who contributed. This was a statement of imperial logistics, a celebration of the diverse resources and specialized labor he could command. The palace itself was a masterpiece of cosmopolitan art, most famously exemplified by the breathtaking frieze of the archers. This long procession of royal guards, crafted from brilliantly glazed siliceous bricks, lined the walls. Their intricate costumes combined Persian and Median elements, their faces serene and uniform, creating a powerful visual metaphor for the immovable, eternal, and perfectly organized military might that underpinned the Pax Persica. Yet behind this glittering artistic facade lay the true engine of Susa's enduring importance, its bureaucracy. The city became the empire's central filing cabinet. In vast, organized storerooms, thousands of scribes meticulously recorded the day-to-day operations of the realm on clay tablets, using the centuries-old cuneiform script. These were not epic poems or royal propaganda. They were the dry, essential paperwork of empire: tax receipts, inventories of grain and wine, payroll records for workers and soldiers, and detailed logs of rations distributed to officials traveling on state business. This relentless record-keeping allowed the central administration in Susa to manage the economy, track resources across millions of square miles, and project power with stunning efficiency. The city's ability to master this flow of information, to process data on a scale previously unimaginable, was its greatest innovation. It was the administrative glue that held the entire, disparate empire together, proving that the pen, or rather the stylus, could be mightier than the sword. Susa's ultimate lesson is that the most enduring cities are not always the most artistically brilliant or the most militarily powerful, but often the most useful. Its greatness lay in its administrative genius and its strategic flexibility. It survived not by defiantly resisting change, but by seamlessly integrating each new wave of rulers, offering them a ready-made apparatus of control and a proven logistical hub. It was a city that understood that to endure for millennia, you must be willing to serve many masters, providing the indispensable service of governance itself. This pragmatic mastery of organization and control ensured its survival long after more glamorous capitals had faded into dust. Rising from the shimmering heat haze of the Syrian desert, Palmyra was a miracle of commerce and cross-cultural fusion, a glittering oasis that proved even the most barren landscape could become a cradle of civilization when nourished by the flow of trade. Situated at a crucial midpoint on the caravan routes linking the Roman-controlled Mediterranean with the Persian Gulf and the Silk Roads to China, this city didn't just occupy a space on the map, it mastered it. For centuries, the wealth of empires flowed through its gates on the backs of camels, laden with silks, spices, incense, and jewels, funding an urban experiment of breathtaking beauty and audacious independence. The city's very name, derived from the Semitic word for date palm, tadma, speaks to its life-giving role in the wilderness, a haven where merchants could find water, security, and a marketplace for the world's most coveted luxuries. This immense wealth was translated directly into a skyline of stunning architectural synthesis, a stone and marble testament to its unique position between worlds. Walking down the Grand Colonnade, a nearly 4,000-foot-long processional way, a visitor would be surrounded by a visual dialogue of empires. The columns themselves were crowned with Corinthian capitals, a signature of Greek and Roman design, yet many had small brackets halfway up supporting statues of prominent Palmyran citizens, a local custom honoring benefactors. The magnificent Temple of Bel, dedicated to the supreme deity of the Palmyran pantheon, stood on a massive platform and blended elements of a classical Roman temple layout with Eastern decorative details and religious symbolism. Even the tombs that dotted the surrounding desert were galleries of cultural fusion. Tower tombs and underground hypogee were adorned with frescoes and sculptures depicting the deceased in a blend of Roman dress and Palmyran custom. This was not a city that simply imitated its powerful neighbors. It absorbed their influences and remixed them into a confident, unique artistic identity all its own. The lifeblood of this desert metropolis was not gold but water. To sustain a population of nearly 200,000 people in an environment that received only a few inches of rain per year, Palmyran engineers mastered an ancient Persian technology known as the Qanat. This was a revolutionary system of underground canals that tapped into groundwater sources at the base of nearby mountain ranges. Workers dug a series of vertical shafts at intervals along the slope, connected at the bottom by a gently sloping tunnel that used gravity to guide the water over many miles into the city and its surrounding agricultural fields. This network of hidden waterways was a marvel of hydraulic engineering, preventing evaporation under the scorching sun and ensuring a reliable, clean water supply for drinking, bathing, and irrigating vast oasis gardens of date palms, olives, and grains. The Qanats were the invisible, essential foundation upon which all of Palmyra's visible splendor was built, a reminder that the city's true genius lay in its ability to defy the very logic of its environment. This spirit of defiance reached its zenith in the 3rd century under the legendary Queen Zenobia. Following the assassination of her husband, King Odenathus, who had been a loyal ally of Rome, Zenobia seized power as regent for her young son and embarked on a breathtaking campaign of military expansion that directly challenged the authority of the Roman Empire itself. Under her command, Palmyran armies swept into Roman Egypt, conquering Alexandria, and pushed deep into Anatolia. For a brief, dazzling moment, Zenobia ruled a breakaway empire that stretched from the Nile to the Euphrates, with Palmyra as its glorious capital. She even minted coins bearing her own image alongside that of her son, and court documents began dating events to her reign, acts of profound symbolic independence. While her rebellion was ultimately crushed by the Emperor Aurelian, who captured her and paraded her through Rome in golden chains, Zenobia's legacy cemented Palmyra's reputation not as a passive trading outpost, but as a power in its own right, a city that dared to stare down the greatest empire on earth. This daring independence was reflected in its surprising social customs, particularly the unusual autonomy granted to women. Inscriptions and legal texts from the city reveal that Palmyran women, particularly those from wealthy families, enjoyed rights rarely seen in the contemporary ancient world. They could own and inherit property in their own name, engage in business contracts, and act as legal guardians. The funerary portraits that have survived often depict women with their faces uncovered, adorned with elaborate jewelry and inscribed with their own names, highlighting their public status and wealth. This relative social freedom likely stemmed from the nature of a caravan city, where men were frequently absent on long trading journeys, leaving women to manage affairs, estates, and commercial interests at home. Palmyra shows us that the constant flow of people and ideas through a cosmopolitan hub can often loosen rigid social structures, creating spaces for different forms of power and identity to emerge. The tragic modern fate of Palmyra casts a long, somber shadow over its ancient story. In 2015, the site fell under the control of extremist groups who unleashed a wave of intentional, symbolic destruction. The magnificent Temple of Bel was reduced to rubble, the iconic Arch of Triumph was blown up, and several ancient tower tombs were demolished. This wasn't mere collateral damage. It was a targeted attempt to erase a monument to cultural pluralism, a testament to the fact that urban heritage is heartbreakingly fragile. The international outcry and ongoing efforts by archaeologists to document the damage and plan for potential restoration underscore a vital truth. Ancient cities are not just collections of old stones. They are irreplaceable chapters in the story of human creativity and resilience. Palmyra's legacy is a powerful, double-edged lesson, a celebration of how trade and tolerance can create breathtakingly beautiful cultural syntheses in the most unlikely places, and a stark warning that this beauty requires constant, vigilant protection from the forces of ignorance and hatred. Across the Mississippi River from modern-day St. Louis, a different kind of skyline once dominated the fertile floodplain, not of steel and glass, but of earth and clay. Here, around the year 1050 CE, the city of Cahokia reached its zenith, a bustling metropolis that was the largest community in North America for centuries to come. At its heart stood the colossal Monk's Mound, the largest prehistoric earthen structure in the Americas, a towering platform covering over 14 acres at its base and rising 100 feet into the air. To stand atop it was to command a view of a cityscape unlike any other, a carefully ordered world of over 120 smaller mounds, vast open plazas, and neighborhoods of thatch-roofed houses, all buzzing with the activity of 20,000 people. This was not a scattered village, it was a planned urban center, a testament to the sophisticated political and spiritual power that could emerge entirely independently in the heart of the continent. The genius of Cahokia's builders is most strikingly revealed not in what they built up, but in what they dug out. The entire city was organized around a grand plaza the size of 35 football fields, a massive, level, open space that required the deliberate movement of an astonishing amount of earth to create. This was no natural feature, it was a colossal public works project, a stage designed for the entire community to gather. Archaeological evidence suggests this plaza was kept meticulously clean, a sacred ground where the city's inhabitants would congregate for ceremonies, markets, and the immensely popular game of chunky. This sport involved rolling a stone disc across the plaza, while competitors hurled spears to land as close as possible to where they predicted it would stop. These games were far more than simple recreation. They were events of great social and political importance, accompanied by heavy gambling, and likely used to settle disputes and reinforce social status, weaving the community together through shared spectacle. Perhaps the most dazzling demonstration of Cahokia's intellectual sophistication is found in its celestial calendar, a structure now known as Woodhenge. Located to the west of Monk's Mound, this was a large circle of massive cedar posts, rebuilt several times in different configurations. Archaeologists discovered that the central post, when aligned with specific outer posts, perfectly framed the rising sun on the equinoxes and solstices. This means that Cahokia's priest astronomers could track the solar year with precision, dictating the optimal times for planting and harvesting the maize that was the bedrock of their economy. But its purpose was likely far greater than mere agriculture. This astronomical knowledge would have been a source of tremendous power, allowing a ruling class to demonstrate their special connection to the cosmos, orchestrating public rituals on these sacred dates that reinforced their authority and the city's spiritual harmony with the universe. This complex society was fueled by an economic engine that reached far beyond the Illinois plains. Cahokia sat at the center of a vast trading network that moved exotic goods across thousands of miles. From the shores of the Gulf of Mexico came marine shell, painstakingly carved into ornate cups and jewelry. From the shores of Lake Superior came raw nuggets of pure copper, hammered into ceremonial plates and symbolic weaponry. From the Ozark Mountains came distinctive chert for making fine tools, and from the southeast came colorful feathers and other rare materials. This influx of prestige goods wasn't about basic survival, it was about power, status, and ceremony. The ruling elite likely controlled this flow of valuables, distributing them to loyal followers to cement alliances and demonstrate their far-reaching connections, solidifying a social hierarchy that was visibly expressed in life and in death. Then, quite suddenly, it was over. By the time European explorers arrived in the Mississippi Valley, Cahokia's mounds were silent and overgrown, its grand plaza empty. The reasons for its abandonment around the mid-14th century remain one of North America's greatest archaeological mysteries, but the evidence points to a slow unraveling rather than a single catastrophic event. The city had likely grown beyond what its environment could sustainably support. Deforestation for building and firewood would have caused widespread erosion, choking the waterways that were vital for trade and transportation. A series of severe droughts identified through tree ring data would have devastated the maize crops that fed the dense population, leading to famine and social unrest. It's possible that the very social structure that built the great mounds, the concentration of power and resources in the hands of a few, collapsed under this environmental pressure when the elites could no longer provide for the people. Cahokia's legacy is a powerful and poignant reminder that grand urban experiments are fragile, deeply intertwined with the health of their environment, and that even the most brilliant cities can fade when that balance is lost. Leaving behind the sprawling earthen mounds of Cahokia, we now journey to the opposite extreme of the Americas, to a rainless coastal desert where a civilization chose not to build with earth, but to sculpt with it. On the northern coast of Peru, the ancient Chimu people forged their capital, Chang'an, into a mesmerizing labyrinth of sun-baked clay, creating the largest adobe city ever to exist in the pre-Columbian world. From 900 to 1470 CE, this metropolis was a breathtaking paradox, a vast urban center of staggering wealth and sophistication, built in one of the most arid landscapes on the planet, its very existence a defiant hymn to human ingenuity in the face of environmental scarcity. The first thing that would overwhelm any visitor to Chang'an was its sheer, monumental scale, an urban fabric woven entirely from mud. The city covered nearly 8 square miles, a low-slung, golden-hued complex dominated by 10 enormous walled compounds known as citadels. These were not mere city blocks, they were self-contained royal precincts, each one a sprawling palace complex covering up to 60 acres, and enclosed by towering adobe walls that soared over 30 feet high. The sheer mass of these walls, some of them 30 feet thick at their base, was a declaration of permanence and power in a transient world of sand and wind. Entering one of these citadels was a carefully choreographed experience of control. The single, narrow entrance would funnel visitors through a series of baffled corridors and restrictive gateways, a labyrinthine design that provided supreme security for the elite within while simultaneously disorienting and intimidating any outsider. This architectural language wasn't just about defense. It was a physical manifestation of a rigidly stratified society where access was privilege and the inner sanctums of power were protected by a maze of clay. Within these imposing walls, the citadels were microcosms of the Chimu world, perfectly ordered and meticulously planned. Each one contained its own royal residence, burial platforms for the nobility, temples, storerooms, and large open plazas capable of holding thousands of people for ceremonies and audiences. The storerooms or audiences are particularly telling. These were vast complexes of small, cell-like rooms, often arranged in a U-shape where the state's immense wealth was hoarded. Archaeologists believe they were filled with textiles, spondylus shell beads, gold and silver artifacts, and harvested goods, the tangible wealth of an empire that was redistributed by the elite to maintain their power and reward loyalty. The heart of each compound was its sacred reservoir. In a city where water was more precious than gold, these were not just practical features, they were profound spiritual symbols. These deep, carefully engineered wells tapped into the groundwater, and their presence within the royal precinct underscored the king's role as the ultimate guarantor of life and fertility, the divine intermediary who could command the very essence of survival. The walls of these sacred spaces were not left bare. They were a canvas for the Chimu's deepest beliefs and their intimate connection to the Pacific Ocean that sustained them. Artisans covered vast surfaces with intricate, deeply carved reliefs depicting a world teeming with marine life. Schools of fish, curling waves, pelicans, sea otters, and mythical creatures swam across the adobe walls in endless repetition. The most common motif was the Chimu, a lunar deity often shown as a stylized dragon or a fisherman in a reed boat, net cast wide. This wasn't mere decoration, it was a cosmology rendered in clay. The Chimu economy was utterly dependent on the rich Humboldt current offshore, which provided an abundance of seafood. Their religion reflected this, venerating the moon, which they believed controlled the tides and the waves over the sun. Every carved fish and wave was a prayer, an acknowledgement of the source of their prosperity, and a symbolic effort to ensure its continuance. This prosperity was made possible by a hydraulic engineering feat that rivaled any in the ancient world. The Chimu transformed their desert homeland by constructing an extensive network of canals that channeled water from the distant Moch and Chikama rivers. These canals irrigated vast fields of maize, beans, and squash in the surrounding valley, creating the agricultural surplus needed to support an urban population of perhaps 30,000 people, including a vast class of specialized artisans, weavers, metalworkers, and potters. This mastery over water allowed Chang'an to become the administrative and economic hub of the Chima Empire, which stretched along 600 miles of the Peruvian coast. The city controlled the production and distribution of elite goods, particularly exquisite blackware pottery and textiles woven with intricate patterns, which were traded along the coast and into the highlands, cementing its economic dominance. Yet, for all its grandeur and ingenuity, Chang'an's story carries a sobering lesson in climate vulnerability. The city was acutely susceptible to the catastrophic weather patterns we now call El Niño. Every few decades or centuries, a super El Niño would unleash torrential rains on the coastal desert rains that the sun-dried adobe bricks of the city could not withstand. Archaeological evidence shows periods of major reconstruction and repair following such events, where walls were shored up and debris was cleared. The very material that made Chang'an possible, the abundant clay of the river valleys, was also its greatest weakness when the heavens opened. This cyclical battle against the climate likely drained resources and strained the social contract between the rulers and the ruled. Ultimately, Chang'an's independence was ended not by a flood, but by the relentless expansion of the Inca Empire in the late 15th century. The Inca, masters of assimilation, conquered the Chima around 1470 CE, absorbing its skilled metalworkers and its sophisticated irrigation techniques into their own imperial system. The great adobe capital was gradually abandoned, its vast storerooms emptied and its sacred reservoirs slowly filling with sand. Chang'an stands as a powerful monument to the brilliance of desert urbanism, a city that mastered its environment through sheer intelligence and organization, yet whose fate reminds us that even the greatest human achievements remain at the mercy of nature's whims and the tides of history. Imagine a city with no marketplaces, no grand palaces for a king, and no defensive walls designed for warfare. Instead, its skyline was dominated by serene, red brick stupas, and its streets were filled not with merchants, but with robed scholars debating the nature of reality under the shade of mango trees. This was Nalanda, the world's first residential university, a city whose entire reason for existence was the creation, preservation, and transmission of knowledge. For over 700 years, from the 5th to the 12th centuries, this extraordinary place in the plains of Bihar, India, was the intellectual capital of Asia, a beacon that attracted the brightest minds from every corner of the known world and redefined what an urban center could be. The scale of Nalanda was staggering. It was not a simple monastery with a few attached classrooms. It was a vast academic city. The Chinese pilgrim Xuanzang, who studied here for years in the 7th century, left detailed accounts describing a complex surrounded by a high wall with a single grand gateway. Inside, 8 separate compounds housed temples, meditation halls, and most importantly, countless dormitory cells for its students. At its peak, this scholarly community was home to over 10,000 students and 2,000 teachers, supported by a small army of servants and laborers. The campus was dotted with beautiful parks and man-made lakes filled with lotuses, creating an environment of tranquility and beauty specifically designed to foster deep contemplation and learning. This was a total environment for the life of the mind, a purpose-built ecosystem for scholarship on a scale that would not be seen again until the rise of modern universities. The heart of Nalanda and the source of its legendary status was its library. It wasn't just a single building, it was a massive, multi-story complex known as the Dharmaganya, which consisted of 3 towering structures called the Ratnasagara, the Ratnadadhi, and the Ratnaranjaka. The Ratnadadhi, meaning ocean of gems, was 9 stories tall and housed the most sacred manuscripts. These libraries were not merely storage rooms. They were active publishing houses and scriptoriums where texts were constantly copied, translated, and illuminated by skilled scribes. The collection was so vast it was said to contain hundreds of thousands of volumes, covering every conceivable subject. The meticulous organization and preservation of this immense repository of knowledge made Nalanda the Google of the ancient world. the place one had to go to access the deepest and most comprehensive understanding of philosophy, science, and culture. The curriculum offered at this ancient university was breathtaking in its breadth and depth, a true model of holistic and interdisciplinary education. While the core studies were rooted in Buddhist philosophy and logic, the range of subjects was vast. Students could study grammar, medicine, astronomy, metaphysics, law, and the arts. The university was particularly renowned for its school of medicine, attracting those seeking to master Ayurvedic healing. The pedagogical approach was intensely rigorous and dialectical. Learning was not a passive act of listening to lectures. It was an active, often fierce, intellectual combat. Students were expected to engage in daily debates with their peers and teachers, defending their theses in public forums. This Socratic method honed their reasoning, crushed intellectual arrogance, and ensured that knowledge was not just memorized but deeply understood, challenged, and internalized. A degree from Nalanda was arguably the most respected academic qualification in the world, a testament to a scholar's formidable intellect and exhaustive training. This unparalleled center of learning, however, was built on a foundation of incredible fragility. Its wealth and prestige, derived from the patronage of emperors across generations, made it a glittering target. In the late 12th century, that vulnerability was catastrophically exploited. A Turkish invader, Bakhtiar Khilji, leading a military campaign into the region, descended upon Nalanda. The libraries, filled with centuries of accumulated wisdom, were seen not as treasures to be preserved, but as repositories of a foreign faith to be eradicated. The Great Library was set ablaze. Historical accounts suggest the vast collection of manuscripts burned for months, the smoke from a million thoughts lost darkening the sky. The monks and students were massacred or fled for their lives. This was not merely the sacking of a city, it was a lobotomy of human civilization, an incalculable loss that set the course of knowledge back for centuries in the region, and serves as one of history's most tragic lessons on the vulnerability of enlightenment to the forces of ignorance and violence. Yet, even in its physical destruction, Nalanda's spirit proved indestructible. The scholars who escaped carried its legacy with them, dispersing its teachings across Tibet, China, Korea, and Southeast Asia. The model of a dedicated, residential university it pioneered became the blueprint for later institutions across the globe. Its name became synonymous with the pinnacle of academic pursuit. In a powerful testament to its enduring legacy, a modern initiative led by a consortium of Asian nations has resulted in the establishment of a new Nalanda University just miles from the ancient ruins, an attempt to resurrect its spirit of international collaboration and intellectual excellence for the 21st century. Nalanda's ultimate lesson is that a city's greatness is not measured by its military conquests or commercial wealth, but by the light of its ideas. It stands as a timeless ideal, a reminder that we can choose to build urban centers not as monuments to power, but as sanctuaries for curiosity, proving that the most enduring structures we can build are not made of brick but of knowledge. While the stone walls of Cairo may have crumbled millennia ago, their silent testimony echoes a revolutionary idea that challenges the very foundation of how we imagine civilization's dawn. Nestled in the arid Soup Valley of Peru, this sprawling complex of pyramids, plazas, and residential quarters is not merely old. Dating back to 2600 BCE, it is a contemporary of the Great Pyramids of Egypt, and it stands as the oldest known city in the entire Americas. Its discovery sent shockwaves through the archaeological world, not just for its age, but for what it lacks. In sharp contrast to other ancient centers where depictions of triumphant kings and conquered enemies are etched into stone, Cairo shows no evidence of warfare whatsoever. There are no defensive walls, no stockpiles of weapons, no mutilated bodies in mass graves, and no art glorifying battle. This absence is not an accident of preservation, it is a profound statement. Carroll presents us with a stunning possibility. That urban life, with all its complexity, could arise not from the crucible of conflict and coercion, but from a collective agreement, a shared purpose rooted in ritual and mutual benefit. The architecture of Carroll itself is a physical manifesto of this cooperative spirit. At its heart are 6 large pyramidal structures, not built for defense but for ceremony, arranged around vast, sunken circular plazas. These plazas were likely stages for communal gatherings, places where a society without a visible ruling warrior class could reinforce its shared identity through music, dance, and ritual. Evidence for this comes in the form of 32 flutes made from condor and pelican bones, and 37 cornets made from llama and deer bones, all found carefully stored together. Imagine the sound of these instruments echoing across the plaza, binding the community together in a shared auditory experience. The largest structure, the Pyramid Maya, is a 60-foot-high terraced platform with a grand staircase leading to an atrium and a sunken circular court at its summit. This was not a palace for an all-powerful king, but a temple complex accessible to the community, a place that drew people in rather than excluding them. The city's residential zones further reflect this ethos. While there are distinctions in the size and location of homes, suggesting some social stratification, the gap between the elite and the commoners is nowhere near as extreme as the gulf between a pharaoh and a laborer in Egypt. The society appears to have been led by a class of priest astronomers who derived their authority from their ability to predict seasons and orchestrate rituals, not from their skill on the battlefield. Managing such a sophisticated society without the threat of force required ingenious tools for organization, and the people of Carroll may have pioneered one of history's most fascinating non-written recording systems, the quipu. These intricate devices, made of cotton or llama wool strings with a series of complex knots, are best known from the later Inca Empire, who used them for accounting and census data. But their origins appear to lie millennia earlier in cities like Carroll. A preserved quipu found at the site suggests this was a society advanced enough to need to record numerical information, perhaps tracking agricultural yields, tribute, or astronomical cycles. This was a bureaucracy of knots, a data storage system that allowed for the management of resources and people through consensus and record-keeping rather than through intimidation. It is a powerful symbol of a different path to complexity, one based on information and administration rather than sheer military power. None of this would have been possible without a deep understanding of the challenging environment. The Soup Valley is a dry, narrow ribbon of land, but the people of Carroll mastered it through hydrological engineering. They dug canals to channel water from the Soup River to their fields, irrigating crops of cotton, squash, beans, and guava. They understood their geography so well that they built their monumental structures on top of woven reed bags filled with stones, called shikras, which acted as anti-seismic foundations, allowing the buildings to flex and settle during earthquakes without collapsing. This harmony with their environment extended to their economy. Carroll was a hub in a vast regional trade network. They grew massive amounts of cotton, which was traded with coastal communities for vast quantities of sardines and anchovies. In turn, these fish provided the essential protein and nutrients to sustain the large, non-farming population of priests, administrators, and artisans that such a city requires. This was a sustainable, circular economy that connected the coast to the highlands, all without a single fortification to protect the trade routes. The rediscovery of Carroll in the late 20th century fundamentally rewrote the history of the Americas. Before its excavation, the narrative of New World civilization began much later, with the Olmecs of Mexico around 1200 BCE. Carroll pushed the timeline back by over a millennium, proving that urban development in the Americas was not only just as ancient as that in Egypt and Mesopotamia, but that it also emerged completely independently. There is no evidence of transoceanic contact. This was a second, separate genesis of the city, a brilliant, parallel experiment in human organization. This makes its peaceful character all the more significant. For decades, theories of state formation, influenced by the violent histories of Mesopotamia and the Maya, argued that coercion and warfare were necessary to centralize power and organize large populations. Carroll stands as a powerful counterargument. It proves that cooperation, shared religious belief, and economic interdependence can be equally powerful catalysts for civilization. Its silent, sun-baked plazas offer a timeless lesson that human progress does not inevitably require a clenched fist. It can also be built with an open hand, guided by the collective rhythm of music, the precise knot of a string, and a shared reverence for the sky and the earth that sustain us. The timeless wisdom etched into the stones of these ancient metropoles offers us far more than a history lesson. It provides a vital toolkit for confronting the most pressing urban challenges of our own time. As we face the escalating threats of climate change, unsustainable density, and deep social inequality, the blueprints left by these 37 urban pioneers become astonishingly relevant. The ingenious water capture and conservation systems of Petra and Angkor, for instance, are a masterclass in working with nature rather than against it. In an era of worsening droughts and flooding, their sophisticated networks of cisterns, canals, and reservoirs demonstrate how to create water-resilient cities that can thrive even in the most arid or monsoon-prone environments, a principle that is directly inspiring modern green infrastructure projects from sponge cities in China to rainwater harvesting initiatives in arid regions. Similarly, the Hippodamian grid plan pioneered in Miletus resonates powerfully with contemporary urbanists. Its core philosophy, that a rational, equitable street layout can promote efficient movement, public health, and even democratic engagement, is visible in the very bones of countless modern cities. The straightforward logic of a grid facilitates everything from efficient public transit routes and emergency service access to the easy navigation that fosters street-level commerce and community interaction. This ancient idea of designing for clarity and fairness stands in stark opposition to the often convoluted, car-centric suburban sprawl of the 20th century, and its principles are being rediscovered by urban planners today who seek to create more walkable, connected, and socially cohesive neighborhoods. Perhaps one of the most urgent lessons comes from the multicultural engines of Alexandria and Baghdad. These cities did not merely tolerate diversity, they actively leveraged it as their primary source of intellectual, cultural, and economic vitality. Their success proves that a cosmopolitan mix of people, ideas, and traditions is not a challenge to be managed, but the most powerful fuel for innovation a city can possess. In our increasingly globalized world, this historical model champions policies that welcome immigrants, support cultural exchange, and create inclusive public spaces where different communities can interact, fostering the kind of dynamic creativity that isolated, homogeneous societies simply cannot generate. Furthermore, the resilience displayed by cities like Tiwanaku and the Indus Valley settlements is a crucial study in long-term adaptation. These communities developed profound, localized knowledge of their specific environments, creating agricultural techniques and architectural styles that were perfectly attuned to their unique climatic and geological challenges. Their stories teach us that there is no one-size-fits-all solution for urban living. true sustainability is context-specific. This encourages today's architects and engineers to look beyond universal glass and steel towers and instead develop designs that respond to local materials, prevailing winds, and solar paths, creating buildings that are naturally energy efficient and culturally grounded. This isn't about nostalgic replication, it's about intelligent adaptation. We see this in the growing trend of adaptive reuse, where old industrial buildings are transformed into vibrant cultural centers and housing, echoing the way Roman structures were repurposed over centuries. We see it in the revival of ancient passive cooling techniques, like wind-catching towers and strategic shading, which are being integrated into cutting-edge green buildings to reduce reliance on energy-intensive air conditioning. The ancient world understood that a city is a living organism, constantly evolving and adapting. By studying their successes and their failures, we learn that the most sustainable, humane, and enduring urban centers are those that find a delicate equilibrium balancing bold technological innovation with a deep respect for environmental limits and a steadfast commitment to social equity. These are not just smart cities, they are wise cities, and this hard-won wisdom from the past becomes critically important as we examine the sobering flip side of urban history, the factors that led so many of these magnificent places to eventually collapse. Yet the story of urban collapse is rarely as simple as a single catastrophic event. More often, it's a slow unraveling, a deadly feedback loop where these different stressors begin to amplify one another. Consider the Maya city of Tikal. A series of prolonged droughts confirmed by climate data from lake sediments would have placed immense strain on its intricate reservoir systems and agricultural output. This environmental stress likely fueled social unrest as the ruling class, the Çatalhöyük or Holy Lords, failed in their primary duty to intercede with the gods for life-giving rain. This erosion of faith in leadership would have undermined the political cohesion necessary to organize large-scale responses to the crisis, such as building new water storage or managing dwindling food supplies. At the same time, centuries of deforestation to clear land for agriculture and to produce plaster for their towering temples would have exacerbated the drought, reducing local rainfall through a process called evapotranspiration. Here we see the tragic cycle in full swing. Climate change weakens the social structure. A weakened social structure is less capable of environmental management, and poor environmental management intensifies the original climate problem. This interconnected vulnerability is a critical lesson for our own time, demonstrating that we cannot address climate change, economic inequality, or political instability in isolation. They are deeply entwined threads in the fabric of urban resilience. Beyond these internal pressures, the shifting currents of global connection have also been a classic catalyst for urban decline. A city's prosperity is often built on its role as a crucial node in a network of trade or ideas, and when that network shifts or collapses, the city can be left stranded. The magnificent trading oasis of Palmyra saw its wealth and influence evaporate, not just because of Roman military retaliation against Queen Zenobia, but because the Romans subsequently shifted their lucrative eastern trade routes away from Palmyra, bypassing the city entirely and starving it of its economic lifeblood. Similarly, Great Zimbabwe's decline may be linked to a reconfiguration of gold and ivory trade routes that moved its economic center of gravity elsewhere. In our modern, hyper-connected world, this risk is arguably even greater. A city today that relies on a single industry, like automotive manufacturing or a specific financial service, could face a similar fate if global markets shift, automation accelerates, or new technologies make its primary export obsolete. The ancient examples urge modern urban planners to foster diverse, resilient local economies that are not dependent on a single, fragile thread in the global web. Perhaps the most profound lesson from these fallen cities is that their greatest strength often contained the seeds of their eventual weakness. The very complexity and specialization that allowed them to flourish also made them intensely vulnerable. The Roman Empire's incredible efficiency at extracting resources from its provinces, Egyptian grain, Spanish silver, North African olives, created a massive, centralized system that was phenomenally productive but also incredibly brittle. When the lines of supply were cut by invasion, piracy, or internal rebellion, the system seized up. The city of Rome, with its million mouths to feed, had lost much of its local agricultural base and was terrifyingly dependent on that long-distance import network. Their immense scale became their greatest liability. This is a stark warning for our own era of just-in-time supply chains and globalized production. Our modern megacities are the apex of complexity, relying on a constant, uninterrupted flow of energy, food, and information from thousands of miles away. The ancient collapses suggest that building in more redundancy, fostering greater local self-sufficiency in food and energy, and decentralizing critical systems might be essential for long-term survival. It's about learning from the past to build a different kind of urban future, one that is not only smart and efficient, but also adaptable, distributed, and resilient enough to withstand the inevitable shocks ahead. This sobering reflection on the fragility of our own urban world naturally turns our minds to the crucial work of protecting what remains of these ancient laboratories of human experience. Yet as we stand amidst these silent stones, we confront a painful paradox. The very forces that allow us to appreciate these ancient wonders also threaten to erase them forever. The footsteps of millions of visitors each year, drawn by the allure of history, slowly wear down the very pavements they've come to admire. At Pompeii, the sheer weight of tourist traffic has necessitated the rotation of open buildings to allow for essential restorative work, a delicate dance between access and preservation. The fragile painted walls of villas, once preserved by the same volcanic ash that destroyed the city, now face degradation from changes in humidity and temperature caused by the breath and presence of crowds. This is the double-edged sword of global curiosity. Our desire to connect with the past can, if left unmanaged, become the instrument of its destruction. Beyond the impact of tourism, a far more insidious and widespread threat looms: climate change. The ancient city of Mohenjo-Daro, a marvel of Bronze Age urban planning, is literally melting. Unprecedented monsoon rains and rising groundwater levels, driven by a shifting climate, are causing its once sturdy, fired brick walls to slump and dissolve back into the earth from which they came. In coastal regions, sites like the Roman ruins at Leptis Magna in Libya face the corrosive power of rising sea levels and saltwater infiltration, which eats away at their foundations. Even the seemingly impervious stonework of Machu Picchu is at risk from more frequent and intense landslides, triggered by heavier seasonal rains that destabilize the steep mountainsides it so elegantly clings to. These are not localized problems, they are global challenges demanding a global response, as the climatic forces at work respect no national borders or UNESCO boundaries. The fight to save this irreplaceable heritage is being waged with a fascinating blend of cutting-edge technology and timeless, hands-on care. Archaeologists and conservators are now armed with tools our predecessors could scarcely imagine. High-resolution laser scanning, or LiDAR, allows teams to create incredibly detailed three-dimensional digital twins of entire sites. These virtual models are more than just beautiful records, they are vital diagnostic tools. Researchers can analyze structural stresses, simulate the impact of different conservation methods, and even create immersive virtual reality experiences that allow the public to explore a site without ever setting foot on it, offering a powerful solution to the problem of over-tourism. Drones map inaccessible areas. Ground-penetrating radar reveals hidden subsurface structures without a single shovel breaking ground, and advanced chemical analyzers help experts develop new compounds to strengthen ancient plasters and mortars against modern pollutants. Yet for all this technology, the most crucial ingredient for sustainable preservation often proves to be the simplest: the unwavering commitment and involvement of local communities. A World Heritage Site designation from UNESCO can provide invaluable international prestige and access to funding, but a plaque on a wall is not enough. True, lasting protection comes when the people who live in the shadow of these ancient cities see themselves not as bystanders, but as stewards and direct beneficiaries. Successful programs around the world are now focusing on training and employing local residents as site guardians, tour guides, and conservation technicians. This approach transforms preservation from an outside imposition into a source of local pride and economic opportunity. When a community understands that the legacy of their ancestors is a treasure that can educate the world and provide sustainable livelihoods, they become its most passionate and effective defenders against both looting and neglect. This monumental effort to safeguard our shared urban past is about far more than simply maintaining ruins as static museums. It is an active, ongoing conversation between humanity's yesterdays and its tomorrows. Each time we study the ingenious drainage systems of a Roman city, we gain insights for managing water in our own sprawling metropolises. Every analysis of how the Maya sustained a large population in a fragile rainforest ecosystem offers potential strategies for modern sustainable living. By preserving these places, we maintain a vast library of human experimentation, a catalogue of both brilliant successes and cautionary tales that can guide us as we build the cities of the future. They are a testament to our species' boundless creativity and a humbling reminder of our fragility, teaching us that the greatest urban innovations are those that harmonize with their environment and nurture the human spirit. Protecting them is a sacred duty we owe not only to our ancestors, but to all the generations yet to come, ensuring that the light of these first urban pioneers continues to illuminate the path forward. Our journey through these 37 ancient cities reveals something far greater than a simple timeline of architectural achievement. It uncovers a profound and ongoing conversation about what it means to live together, a conversation that began with the clustered hearths of Sattle Heriuk and echoes through the glass and steel canyons of our modern world. We have walked the grid-planned streets of Mohenjo-Daro, where equality and public health were baked into the very bricks. We have marveled at the hydraulic genius of Petra and Angkor, where engineering triumphed over arid and monsoon-soaked environments. We have stood in the scholarly silence of Nalanda and the bustling, idea-fueled agora of Alexandria, where the pursuit of knowledge itself became the city's highest purpose. Each metropolis, from the divine cosmic order of Chang'an to the commercial crossroads of Palmyra, offers a unique answer to the eternal challenges of density, community, and survival. What truly unites these diverse urban experiments is their powerful reminder that a city is never just a collection of buildings. It is a physical manifestation of human values, a declaration of what a society holds most sacred. Is it order and control as seen in the rigid grid of Timgad? Is it spiritual connection as embodied in the temple mountains of Thebes? Or is it the freedom of commerce and ideas, the driving force behind Venice and Biblos? The stones of these ancient places tell stories of breathtaking adaptability, of communities that looked at deserts, jungles, and mountains not as obstacles, but as opportunities to innovate. They speak of collective dreams, whether it was the Minoans of Nossos celebrating art and nature, or the citizens of Rome demanding bread and circuses. These were places where humanity learned to cooperate on a grand scale, to specialize, to create, and to imagine a future beyond mere survival. Now, as we confront our own era of climate crises, soaring populations, and social fragmentation, the lessons from these urban pioneers have never been more vital. They light a path forward, not with outdated blueprints, but with timeless principles. The sustainable water management of the past inspires today's green infrastructure. The mixed-use, walkable grids of ancient cities inform our modern efforts to combat urban sprawl and car dependency. The multicultural energy that powered Baghdad and Antioch serves as a model for building inclusive, innovative modern communities. Their declines, too, offer crucial warnings about environmental overreach, economic fragility, and social inequality, cautionary tales that urge us to build resilience and flexibility into the heart of our own urban centers. This exploration is just the beginning. The story of human urbanism is a vast and endlessly fascinating mystery, with new chapters being uncovered by archaeologists every year. I would love to hear which of these ancient cities captured your imagination the most. Was it the mysterious, kingless society of Çatalhöyük, the intellectual powerhouse of Alexandria? Or the incredible mountain resilience of Tiwanaku? Share your thoughts in the comments below. Let's keep this conversation going. If you enjoyed this deep dive into history's greatest urban marvels, be sure to subscribe and hit the notification bell so you don't miss our next journey into the past. Thank you for watching, and remember, the greatest discoveries often lie in the stories we've yet to uncover. Until next time,